Hello, and a huge welcome to ASPM'verse, brought to you by SciCode. I'm your host, Karina Furdy, Director of Marketing here at SciCode, and I am absolutely thrilled to be your guide today through a packed agenda of panels and fireside chats focused on one of the most urgent topics in application security today: how to secure software development in the AI era. For those of you who've been part of our event community before, welcome back. And to everyone joining us for the very first time today, a big warm welcome to ASPM'verse. This is your essential resource for navigating the next evolution of application security in this age of rapid AI innovation. The speed at which we're building and deploying software is faster than ever before, fueled by the immense power of artificial intelligence. This acceleration brings incredible opportunities, but it also introduces new dimensions of security challenges that demand our attention. As an industry, we need to evaluate where we stand today to ensure our security practices can keep pace with this transformative change. So from across the world, we have gathered the top security leaders who are actively shaping the future of our industry. Your speakers today will be sharing their innovative thinking and approaches to these very challenges and leaving you with practical, actionable advice. So we'll be tackling some of the most pressing questions, such as, how is AI fundamentally reshaping the very fabric of application security? And how can we architect more resilient and inherently secure development pipelines? So your role today as the audience is simple. Listen, learn, sit back and relax. But here are some ways that you can engage further. You can access valuable downloadable content and guides right here on the live stream page. You can also share your key learnings and engage with the community using hashtag ASPM'verse and tagging SciCode. We would love to hear your thoughts. And if you encounter any questions or technical issues, our dedicated team is ready to assist you at events@scicode.com. And before we start, I want to give a very special thank you to our incredible partners: Nucleus Security, Secure Code Warrior, Sysdig, and Worldwide Technology for their support in making ASPM'verse a reality. Now, let's start this journey together. Our first session will explore the ways that Agentic AI is already revolutionizing how we approach application security. I'm excited to hand you over to Amir, who will be introducing our very first special guest speaker.
Hey everyone, welcome to ASPM'verse. I'm honored to be kicking off the event today. My name is Amir Kazemi. I'm the Director of Product Marketing, and I'll be your host for the session. So for those in application or product security, our speaker actually needs very little introduction. So whether you're a subscriber of his newsletter, Resilient Cyber, or if you've read his insights and articles on LinkedIn, I'm sure you're all going to be familiar with Chris Hughes, the founder of Resilient Cyber. Chris, why don't you go ahead and give us a quick introduction?
Yeah, excited to be here and chat with you guys all. As you said, I have a Substack called Resilient Cyber and pretty active on LinkedIn underneath the same moniker, but have been in, IT cyber for about 20 years. Started off in the U.S. military and the Air Force, and then worked at different federal agencies, including doing some work around FedRAMP and cloud security for folks familiar with that. And then on the commercial side, started a consulting company of my own called Acquia with some partners, and do a lot of consulting around everything from, AppSec, vulnerability management, software supply chain security, all those type of topics that we all love and get excited about. And I've written a couple books, one called Software Transparency on software supply chain security, and then one called Effective Vulnerability Management, diving deep into the vulnerability management space as well. So excited to be here and chat.
Amazing. Thanks, Chris. I think we're speaking to the right person here. So we all know there's a lot of discussion in the industry when it comes to AI, agentic AI, and the ways AI is disrupting the security world in general. That's why, I can't think of anyone better to, have this discussion with. So let's go ahead and dive in. Agentic AI's intersection with cybersecurity is a huge topic, as, we kind of mentioned. To help our audience kind of level set, how would you define agentic AI? I mean, for me, like I've seen definitions all the way across from, just chatbots to robots with arms and legs. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on agentic AI.
Yeah, it's funny you brought up the arms and legs thing. We're coming out of RSA. I just did a panel with the OWASP team there around agentic AI threats and mitigations for a paper we published. And the arms and legs seems to be kind of the parallel that's sticking, right? We thought of LLMs as a brain where you can ask a lot of questions and get a lot of output out of this with creating content and feedback and so on. And now agentic AI is kind of giving these LLMs arms and legs to go out there and interact with third-party services, tools, software, applications, data, those kind of things. So it's opened up a lot of potential of what we can do with this emerging technology. And I think it has a lot of potential both for developers and engineers, but also on the security front too. So it's really exciting stuff, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. What type of applications of agentic AI have you kind of observed in the industry right now and today?
Yeah, I think, when you look across the ecosystem, to be honest with you, we're seeing a lot of interest and excitement of all the different niches within cyber. But the three primary ones that
Mhm.
I've seen, both from an investment perspective as well as like, research, practitioners, experimentation, is one on the SecOps side. So think about like SOC SIEM, SOC analysts, you see a lot of efforts there around cognitive overload of security teams, tracking down threats and responding to incidents and reviewing logs and telemetries and stuff that humans just simply can't do at scale, and actually responding to incidents, depending on the severity and so on. The other piece is kind of governance, risk, and compliance. We all have spent a lot of time, likely doing SOC 2, HIPAA, high trust, FedRAMP, you name it, right? It just goes on, and creating
Yeah.
compliance artifacts and documentation, answering security questionnaires. And we're seeing a lot of applications of the technology in that kind of space. And then more specifically to the conversation today around application security, and I'm sure we'll dive into more of the nuance and details here, but we know we're drawing in vulnerability backlogs of hundreds of thousands or millions of findings in large organizations. We're often outnumbered, right, by our engineering and development peers in large environments. Trying to track down prioritization of vulnerabilities at scale can be challenging, from known exploitation, exploitability, all the things that we talk about. So seeing it
Mhm.
applied in that domain is really promising too. So I think that the big three are usually SecOps, GRC,
Yeah.
and application security. And each of those kind of has obviously subsets and different niches within them even.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Um, Kind of agentic being one of the hottest trends, like coming out of 2024, continuing on in 2025 and beyond. In your, honest opinion, are we underhyped here? Are we overhyped? Are we kind of, do you think we're balanced in terms of the hype? Like where's your head at on this?
Yeah, I'm actually an optimist here. I think that there's
Okay.
definitely a lot of hype and buzz, and you can see it with valuations of companies and funding rounds, and the disproportionate amount of investment that's going into AI focused companies is dominating the landscape, right? And there's a lot of claims of AI is or will do all the things for us, and there's a lot of that, but there's also a lot of real research and experimentation and examples coming out of what can be done or what may be possible, and what organizations are already doing in some cases. So I think there's a lot of potential there. I'm an optimist in this case, and I'm excited to see where it goes. But that needs to be tempered with like real world implementation, evidence, proof of doing the thing. The thing we're talking about in many cases versus just inflated claims and slide decks and things like that, because it's easy to get caught up in the hype as well. We've seen some companies, I think recently, not going to name any companies, but large companies who went all in right initially on replacing maybe people to do certain activities, and now they're kind of walking that back and bringing some of the human workforce back in some cases. So I think it's somewhere in the middle there, but there is a lot of potential. I agree with that.
Yeah, yeah. I love the optimistic view. I think there's also this like view of agentic AI still having this touch point of human AI collaboration, but there is a world potentially of like autonomous agentic AI. Are we closer to the autonomous world here, or what are your thoughts on that?
So this came up again, during the RSA OWASP panel I mentioned, and it's kind of a
Yeah.
spectrum. Like you could have activities that are autonomous in terms of, low severity or inconsequential kind of benign tasks, right, that are easily observable and repeatable and maybe not too impactful, right, if you automate them and it doesn't go exactly as you hoped it would, for example. And then maybe you have something on the other end of the spectrum where you're going to retain kind of a human in the loop because it could be highly consequential to the organization, or you want to have a person to kind of validate the action that's going to be taken. So I think it's going to exist on a spectrum, talking about like, SOC 1, low level alert triage type activities, maybe blocking builds for deployments, responding to incidents and changing configurations and environments. So it's going to exist on a spectrum of autonomy, from semi-autonomous to fully autonomous, depending on the impact and the severity and like kind of the consequence of the incident or situation involved, in my opinion.
Yeah. So it's all about the context there. So yeah, that's great. We've seen a lot of systemic challenges within AppSec in general, like, being outnumbered by vulnerabilities. The security developer ratio also is like a little bit outnumbered. I think there was a data point around there's one AppSec engineer for every 100 developers, right? A lot tighter budgets for security tools. Do you think security teams should be adopting AI to kind of scale themselves, be more productive? And how so? How much? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I've actually been giving, I think, at least to some of my security peers, a bit of a counterintuitive take here, which, in security, if you look at previous technological waves like cloud and mobile and SaaS and like all these type of things, security is always, if you're familiar with crossing the chasm, security is always like a late adopter or a laggard, right? We're very risk averse and reluctant to adopt new technologies. We think about all the things that can go wrong, and we sit back and kind of want to have a perfect threat model, and, we want to really have everything fleshed out. And in many cases, and then AI is a perfect example of this, the business, our engineering peers, development community, et cetera, they're early adopters, they're innovators with these technologies. And then we kind of perpetuate that cycle of bolting security on rather than building it in, as we often hear it called. And I think in this case, we have an opportunity in the community, and I'm starting to see some of this, to be honest with you, which is really cool. I think we're learning from lessons of the past. We're starting to see security be an early adopter and even an innovator with this technology to say, what is the art of possible? We know the business is using it, right? We know our development peers are using it. We know attackers are using this technology to see how they could be more effective and, have a bigger impact in their activities and streamline activities, et cetera. Like, how can we in the AppSec community do something similar to address some of the systemic challenges you're talking about, whether it's being outnumbered by development peers, whether it's the vulnerability backlogs that we can never catch up with and the double-digit CVE growth year over year, right? Or now we have this, coding assistance and LLM driven development that's making developers even more productive, kind of expanding that attack surface even more quickly than it has been historically when we already struggle to keep up. So I think we have no choice but to kind of lean into this technology and try to be an early adopter and innovator with this technology if we want to try to keep pace and kind of address some of these systemic challenges.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think, typically security would be kind of laggards in, new innovations like this, but I think they're, becoming more the early adopters in this, which is both, exciting, but also, could be interesting to see what comes out of it.
Yeah, I've been answering, like, people will ask, like, what do you think the biggest risk is, right, of agentic AI? And I've been actually saying the biggest risk is that we aren't an early adopter and an innovator of using this technology. One, because again, like, we'll have a hard time keeping up with the business. We'll perpetuate the kind of bolting on rather than building in security. And two, it's really hard to secure something if you don't understand how it works. So if we're not using this technology ourselves, we can't really realistically anticipate ourselves being able to secure it either.
Yeah. Let's figure out how to adopt it. And then once we figure out how to adopt it, then we can also secure it as well. Yeah, I read that.
Yep.
Let's talk a little bit more about the specifics on the upside for areas of applying AI to application security. Do you have any thoughts on that? Like, where is it going to be able to help us to be more effective in our AppSec programs? Like, do you have specific recommendations for people kind of running their programs?
Yeah, I've been seeing, obviously there's a lot of startups and innovators, and even large enterprise, players working on this. And I've seen some really interesting uses of it so far. We've seen some research showing that it's pretty effective at finding new vulnerabilities in some cases that we hadn't already been aware of, which, is helpful to go identify new vulnerabilities and go about, trying to bring them to the attention of people to remediate them, whether it's reviewing code bases or looking at running applications, things of that nature. There's also the ability that I've seen been applied to, provide like highly robust, comprehensive feedback to developers native in their workflows of, why something is a risk or a vulnerability and how to go about remediating it or making it more secure, integrating with their native workflow. And that's something I think that in particular lately has been kind of driven by, the rise of what we call MCP, or the model context protocol, that got really popular in the past like month or so, it seems like.
Mhm.
And then additionally is just like helping with the prioritization problems of, like we said, like looking at things, whether it's known to be exploited, it's likely to be exploited, like EPSS and things of that nature. If it's reachable, whether it's source or runtime, are there compensating controls in place? I think trying to make sense of that within your architecture, tied to vulnerabilities, is a great use case, and an area where we'll see a lot of potential here too.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of want to flip the script here a little bit on the agentic AI side. So we talked a little bit about the productivity of, the potential productivity of agentic AI. What about what type of, security considerations should we be keeping into consideration here? So what are the risks that we should be aware of with agentic AI?
Yeah, there's a lot in this whole conversation. Could be like enumerating potential risks or known risks. Like, there's groups like MITRE, who have their Atlas framework, which is kind of built on attack, but tailored to AI systems, which is great to take a look at. There's Maestro, a threat modeling framework that came out that's specific for agentic AI systems, looking at agents, the agent ecosystem, deployment and infrastructure that's hosting these kind of systems, the overlaying kind of security and compliance angle to that. And then there's, the emerging ecosystem itself. Like I talked about model context protocol, agent to agent, like these frameworks themselves have now been shown to have some gaps or weaknesses, whether it's in how they handle authentication and authorization, or interacting with one another in a secure fashion. And then looking at like, there was a great research that came out, I think it was called Backbench. And it looked at like, the security of the code that gets created by these coding assistants. And it's not amazing, right? But neither are human developers, right? They make mistakes, they produce vulnerable code. And often these models that are producing this code and that are being used by these coding assistants are trained on, large portions of open source software that's out there, which of course has known vulnerabilities and weaknesses and maybe isn't maintained very well. So these tools are often going to kind of perpetuate those known problems just at scale. Like, think about it. If we're 40% more productive, right? Or the coding assistant is writing, X percentage of code, it's going to kind of scale those problems even more than they have been historically. And I think it's gonna create some new novel attack vectors, like I talked about with new protocols and agents and things of that nature. But it's also going to have the potential to exacerbate existing challenges that we already talked about too, when it comes to vulnerabilities and weaknesses. And if we're just producing more code, more applications, more attack surface, it's essentially going to kind of magnify existing challenges too. So it's a double-edged sword, because I think it has a lot of potential. It can help us. It has a lot of promise of how we can leverage it in a good way. But again, it's going to also be a challenge to go about securing it and using ensuring our peers within the organization are using it securely too.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I love that. Do you think that this also exacerbates the whole NHI, non-human identity problem as well, when you have agent-to-agent collaboration?
Yeah, yeah. I think you probably have seen me talk about this, but yes, I definitely do. And I think many other people are picking up on this. Like, we know that if you look at like reports like DBIR and MTrends and others, like we are awful at, securing identities and credential compromise is always a leading attack vector. And now you throw in like agents and these non-human identities that are going to outnumber us exponentially in the enterprise, based on, projected research and estimations and so on. It's just going to make those challenges far more daunting than they have been, in terms of provisioning the identity, deprovisioning it, right scoping the permissions associated with the identities, ensuring that the identities of the agents don't get compromised and used to do things like privilege escalation or move laterally in environments. So yes, it's going to open up a whole kind of Pandora's box around identity and access control, which we've already struggled with, like I said, historically. But now it's kind of amplifying that as we exponentially become outnumbered by agents in the enterprise and have to govern them and the identities of the agents, the permissions of the agents, what they're able to do, what data they can access, what systems they can interact with, that kind of stuff as well. So yeah, we have some interesting times ahead when it comes to identity and access management, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, for security practitioners, professionals that are kind of overwhelmed with the AI hype that's going on here. So, what critical questions do you think that they should be asking themselves to, more realistically assess the potential value of leveraging AI to address like some of these challenges that you were just talking about?
So from the perspective of like critical questions that they could be asking is like, when you're meeting with these vendors and potentially the claim of what their product can do, kind of powered by I would ask to see some of that in production, see some case studies of known customers and proof points of having done this right in other places, not just necessarily what
Yeah.
could be done or is possible. And then, from the security perspective, like is honestly the fundamental questions that we always ask in like basic threat modeling, like what are we working on? What can go wrong? Those kind of questions that we know from like threat modeling 101. Because I think there is a lot of potential there, but it's easy to get caught up in the hype of a vendor saying they can do X, Y, and Z and not necessarily showing you like we have done this. We've proven that we can do this at scale in similar environments, similar customer environments as your own. So just seeing it in action, I think is going to be key, and having, working with vendors who are proving that they can do some of these things versus just making claims, around what they can do without necessarily showing it. And that goes well beyond AI. We see that a lot with security vendors and products in general. And this isn't like a shame on vendors, it's the nature of the industry. But just like, not necessarily don't tell me what you can do, show me what you can do and show me that you've done it before.
Yeah, yeah. Before they even speak to these vendors to kind of see the proof in the pudding behind like the AI technology, how should some of these, AppSec security professionals evaluate whether AI is actually even the right solution for a particular use case or security problem that they have? What are your thoughts on that?
So I think that's a great question. And honestly, I wish like our business peers and engineering peers would also step back and ask like, what's the, kind of business use case that we're trying to get out of this technology? Because there is a bit of, FOMO, right? Like everyone's just using it for the sake of using it or applying it to every use case, even when it's not necessarily warranted or the right fit or whatever. It's just to be saying we're using AI, right? We're AI native, we're AI first, whatever, whatever term they want to lean on. But from the security perspective, it's like, why is this a problem? Do the existing tools and technologies in the landscape, not suffice? Do we need to lean into, AI and LLMs and Gen AI, et cetera, to kind of address this? And if so, is there even proven technologies out there, tools or products that use AI in this context to be helpful? Or am I just kind of like, as they say, a hammer looking for a nail, right? Like I'm just, trying to apply it to any example without really being a valid use case or business justification for doing so.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, one of the last questions that I have here for you is, for security leaders that are listening here, what are the first steps that they should be taking now to educate their teams and prepare for the increasing influence of agentic AI in AppSec? How can they educate themselves on this stuff and, not only now, but also moving forward into the future?
Yeah, it's a great question, and honestly, it could be a lot. Like I try to keep up with this space, and every time I open LinkedIn or open up my browser and go to the web, there's a new publication from Cloud Security Alliance or CNCF or OWASP or you name it. Right? There's a new framework. There's a new benchmark, a new model. Something out there, right? That's new, a new threat modeling framework I need to get familiar with, and it can be overwhelming. Honestly, it's to me, and this is just my personal perspective and how I approach it, is kind of like exercising or hygiene, like brushing your teeth. Like every day, a little by little, I just kind of chip away at something that I think is interesting or promising or that I want to learn more about and become more competent in, and leaning into those communities that we have out there. Like I said, Cloud Native Computing Foundation, OWASP, Cloud Security Alliance, vendors like Psycode and others who are doing research and putting information out there on AI, Gen AI, LLMs, and the intersection with AppSec, things of that nature, and just kind of fostering that culture within the organization of encouraging people to go out there and learn and grow and develop themselves, and not making people feel silly for asking questions, right? We're often afraid to ask something because we're afraid we're going to seem dumb or incompetent or something like that. Like I'm more afraid of not finding out and walking away still having a knowledge gap. I'd rather just say, hey, I don't know this. Like I really want to learn it. I really want to understand this better. Can you help me? Like who's talking about this? Who's written a book on it? Who has published research on it? Who has some good resources they could provide? There's a lot of newsletters and things like that, blogs and so on out there on these topics too, and just kind of like becoming immersed in that ecosystem of knowledge and information out there that you can keep learning and growing and developing.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I guess another way is to, follow and subscribe with you, Chris. How can the audience go ahead and do that?
Yeah, you can find me on LinkedIn. As I said, Chris Hughes and/or Resilient Cyber. My site is resilientcyber.io. It's also on Substack under the same name. And, I'm often sharing interviews with industry leaders on everything from AI governance, AI's intersection with AppSec, GRC, SecOps, some of the vendors in this space, some of the researchers, just having conversations with them, trying to learn, and then sharing, some of the publications and research and things like that are coming out. So definitely check that out. And I'm there learning along with the community. So I really enjoy being part of it.
Amazing. Chris, a huge thank you for your time today and sharing your predictions and your insights with us. With that, I'm going to be handing it over back to Karina, who's going to take us on to our next panel. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir and Chris. Now, to stay ahead, we need to understand how threats are evolving. So our next session, Defending Against Next-Gen Threats, from AI-driven risks to the art of threat modeling, will equip you with strategies to anticipate and start mitigating for what's coming next. Let's move into this discussion, and I will hand things over to Devin, your host.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to this next panel of the day. I'm Devin McGuire, Product Marketing Manager at SciCode and your host for this discussion. I'm delighted to welcome three security heavyweights directly impacted their application and product security programs. Linda, Brad, Jacob, welcome to the virtual stage.
Hello.
Thank you.
Thanks. Glad to be here.
I'm really excited for this session and hearing your unique perspectives on the next generation threats our industry needs to be alert to and prepared for. And, for security leaders, it's a perpetual challenge to anticipate emerging risks and stay ahead of them, especially as technologies and development practices evolve at breakneck speeds and new threats emerge with that. So we're here to discuss next generation threats, and it's kind of impossible to have that conversation right now without talking about AI. So Jacob, I actually want to start with you from a CISO perspective. What are the most significant new threat vectors and attack patterns emerging due to the increasing use and prevalence of AI in software development and deployment?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's something that frankly keeps me up at night these days. But really, I see two major ones that are impacting both those areas. So for software development, it's really about AI model poisoning, and I don't think we really understand what that really can manifest yet, but that's something I really think about as we're using these tools, using AI to create code or manage our data in some way. How has that been trained, or what are the subtleties or like hallucinations that it could possibly have that could manifest in some way that's unsafe for use, especially in the world of medical device that I work in. The other, and this is what I think about more in the deployment standpoint, is really the attacks that can happen against an AI model, right? We still haven't explored all of that. And once these really crafty and clever attackers get a hold of this and start figuring out how to make inferences or trick it to behave in a way that's not appropriate, how we're really going to manage that is just going to be layers upon layers of security we have to put in place. So those are the two that I really think about and keep me up at night, frankly.
Yeah, so we're saying kind of AI introducing kind of these new categories of risk as organizations adopt the technology and even kind of develop AI products and leverage LLMs. Another interesting aspect is also just the impact of AI on, development velocity and the use of AI coding assistants, the era of the 10x developer. Linda, from a application and product security perspective, how does this introduction of both kind of the new risk categories that Jacob was talking about and also the increased development velocity, how does that kind of impact risk, and can traditional application and product security approaches keep pace with that?
I think and Jacob hit on, some of the new issues, model poisoning. We've got a whole new OWASP top 10 focused on LLMs out there. So a whole new category of risks, but then also you've got all this code coming out, so much faster now, and again, it's been trained on what's available. So that's not necessarily the most secure. So it's not just, we're not getting necessarily quality out of it, but we're getting this quantity. And so trying to keep up with that is a lot. You've also got a lot of, older code. So maybe that code that it was trained on that the AIs are spitting out vulnerable, but it may have been fixed. Well, your LLMs aren't up to date, with the most current version. It's got something, 6 months to a year old. So it's just, we've got a lot of that, secure code issues still out there, but at, 10x speed from what we had before. So trying to keep pace with that is a challenge.
Sure. Yeah. Brad, anything to add, expanding on that era of AI generated code and new risks?
Yeah, certainly. AI, it's a great technology. It has accelerated developers a lot faster than it has accelerated us. So, at the management level, we like to use ratios to kind of get right the number of security engineers to developers, kind of have a sense of where we're at. I think, the standard right now is like 1 to 80, 1 to 100. But if every developer is making significantly more code, we're going to put a lot of pressure on that ratio. So a lot more to learn there.
Yeah, so going from 1 to 80, 1 to 100, but if you have a 10x developer, then that ratio suddenly looks much worse, for sure. Yeah, so we've started to touch on kind of new risk categories, the potential for AI to both kind of introduce these new categories and stress traditional security challenges of keeping pace. I'm curious, can AI help? Is there a role that AI has to play in, identifying, analyzing, and mitigating both these kind of next generation new category of threats, but also to kind of keep pace with that perpetual skills gap and challenge of, security pace versus development pace? So Jacob, I'll throw it to you. What's your take on that?
Yeah, sure. That it certainly can. I mean, I use it significantly for my own research and education. But yeah, the challenge that I've seen is that, especially security professionals who are typically very risk averse, have to be able to embrace it, right? And once you do embrace it, you can 10x your education and knowledge and understanding. You can develop quickly AI-powered tools that can scan code, detect vulnerabilities, flag threats, find all of those novel and hidden issues that we've talked about earlier. But then the other sort of big piece of it, this is something that I am a big proponent of, is actually enabling other parts of the business or even developers or other parts of engineering to be able to do the kind of security work themselves, because they'll have this, you could possibly have a security assistant, I would say, that can really help the developers make better decisions earlier, which then downstream, if they are 10xing, we wouldn't have to 100x to be able to meet the demand of all the code they're pushing out. They've already done a lot of work up front that makes our job easier. That's the kind of two areas I'm starting to look in and try to get at least the people around me to embrace and take on those different avenues.
Yeah, can I jump in there?
Yeah, I think it's not quite the right question, Devin. I think the question is, how is AI going to change the way security, and especially application security, is practiced altogether? 3-5 years from now, we're going to have to see developers not as individuals writing codes, but as managers of AI teams, whose job it will be to fill out individual branches or individual features. And on that team, you'll have a development model, you'll have a testing model, and one of those models may even well be a security model. So the question is more like, 3-5 years from now, will doing, application scans, for example, against a static code of rules like we do with checkmarks or fortify or sneak, will that still be a relevant concept, or will AI be doing that for us? And if that's the case, where does a security team add value?
Yeah, Linda, curious where you kind of fall on this spectrum of, AI risks, but also these tools and kind of emerging collaborators. AI is kind of a collaborator, and developers as these orchestrators of AI teammates.
I think the general consensus is really that you need to think of AI as more like a junior engineer. So it can do some of the easier stuff, but you still have to verify a lot of what it does. So from a security perspective, you can train it on some of the, more, simple tasks, or the, constantly closing out your false positives or things like that. As it matures, I think you'll see better scanning results. So a lot of the, Brad alluded to some of the current SaaS tools out there they're still looking for very signature-based things, very specific. So your AIs can get a lot more context in that. And as they mature, I think we'll be catching a lot more stuff and get a lot more true positives out of it from that perspective. I think it's going to take a little bit of time to get there.
All right. What are the gaps between where we are now and where you think we need to be?
I can jump in on that one.
Sure.
I think, we have to be super surgical about how we use our time. And what that's going to end up meaning one way or the other is getting better at threat modeling. Right now, we spend so much time working our way down lists of vulnerabilities and spreadsheets generated by tools when our real risk might even be in a place that a tool can't find. So we need to be really good at understanding where is the risk in this product we're making.
That's exactly right. Actually, that's my philosophy as well, is that finding all this after the fact and sifting through thousands and thousands of lines of vulnerabilities is not going to do it. And it's upfront. But then I think to that same point is that can AI, an agent, or a security model really handle that threat modeling like a human can? Right? I think there's still a really big gap in that space that needs to be figured out. But that's where you get the most impact, to Brad's point.
Yeah, and Jacob, just bouncing right off of that, we've done a lot of work in that space. Various security folks have. I mean, Adam Shostak, who invented the CVE, tried to figure out, could we use AI for threat modeling? No, we just can't. He found nothing. Yeah. So, the answer to the question we're asking, Devin, is the value of a security team is going to be in threat modeling. I think the remaining question is exactly how is that going to integrate into security processes today that outside of the med tech and government spaces don't really do this a whole lot.
And I
have
just threat modeling. Oh, please.
Sorry. I was going to say, just to touch on that a little bit more, I think the AI will help in pulling all that information together so that your security engineers can look through it. But at the end of the day, there's still that human review, human judgment on it to kind of, see where the real issues lie.
Yeah. And kind of thinking about AI and emerging threats is kind of the trust boundaries that are associated with that. How do you see kind of threat modeling itself needing to kind of evolve or adapt? It's obviously going to remain a human skill, but I'm curious what needs to change between how we're doing threat modeling now and how does that need to, I guess, adapt for these new emerging risks?
What's you thinking?
I mean, a big one. Just speaking pragmatically or practically, machine readable output. When you fit us a threat model and you have it all written up, give it to a AI in a way it can process it for you and tell you where you should be focusing. Right? It's that's at least what I see as a big one. And then additionally is the models we use now, like Stride or Pasta or Octave, need to extend to include all these novel attack spaces that we're not aware of in AI yet, like inference. And they kind of can translate over here and there to spoofing or tampering and whatnot, but it really needs to be thought through a bit more on those ends, what AI in a deployment would really mean from a security perspective. Sorry, Brad, you got something to say, I'm sure.
Oh, I do. I think it's even more than that, Jacob. I'm not even sure this question is functionally dependent on AI. I think just as an industry, we're not very good at this whole threat modeling thing. I think it's just a skill we managed to lose over the past 20 years. And that's kind of troubling. I think we as humans first need to get to the point where we can do a threat model and then 6 months later pick it up and find it useful before we can start talking about how AI can help us with that.
Sure. Yeah. And it's a good point. It's not just kind of AI. I think it's kind of easy to be myopic about AI issues and talking about AI related risks. But I'm curious, beyond AI, are there kind of emerging risks that you're tracking or particularly concerned about? Jacob, as a CISO, I'm sure there are innumerable risks, but I'm curious which ones come top of mind.
Well, I'm in the med tech space, and we have, safety as a concern, and we also have long-lived devices that are out of our control, more or less, once they leave our building. And so I think about, it's still kind of on the far horizon, but I think about post-quantum computing, what that's going to look like in terms of how we encrypt and manage all of this. But that's not really the most imminent. What I'm more concerned about is not really AI itself, but the outcomes that AI will create, which is a lot of things we talked about the speed, about the somebody vibe coding a banking app, for example, right? And then everyone uses it and it's completely insecure. So there's so many things that are going to be the outcome of this velocity and this kind of new almost democratization of software development that I think what I'm kind of watching out for. Especially, I've really been concerned about a lot of the SaaS vendors that start to show up at the company from other business units. They want to come in and bring in this new software that was built 6 months ago by a bunch of juniors in high school who just used Cursor to do it, and that's concerning to me. They don't understand the full stack. I guarantee they didn't do any threat modeling, right, as part of that assessment of their tool. And that is something that I'm really facing, is the supply chain and this third-party risk is my biggest concern.
Yeah, I think all of that is pertinent. Although I actually want to disagree a little bit, Jacob. Having had the immense pleasure of reading lots of code that's been generated by AI, I actually don't think it's that bad. I really don't think, especially for more recent models, code that's been vibe coded or generated by AI, boy, I'm sorry, I'm not that old. It does not seem to be more secure or less secure than code written by a human. It's kind of just like the average of that. I think the bigger threat is that there's going to be so much more of it for us to handle than that it's going to be introducing new or unique threats.
Interesting.
I think kind of adding to that, there's still, whether it's good or not, there's a lot of blind trust in what's being generated by the AIs. So when you have, a non-coder trying to do vibe coding, or your juniors just doing it, they don't necessarily know if it's good or not. And there's just a lot of blind trust in it. So there's a lot of stuff out there that they don't know or don't know how to, because they haven't come up in the traditional, sophomore development coding and understanding that.
So as you had things like, vibe coding and developers using AI tools, does that kind of governance of these tools become part of the product and application security realm, and kind of controls and visibility into that? I guess we'll start there, and then I guess, Jacob, you also talk about kind of third-party supply chain attestation of how these things would develop. Maybe we'll go there next. But Wendell, we'll start with you, I guess, on kind of governance of AI tools in the development process.
I think it needs to fall into your product security, AppSec controls. And then at the same time, any of that code that comes out still needs to follow your traditional, security testing. So whether that's your SAST, your DAST, your, SCA scamming, threat modeling, putting it all through. And again, getting past that blind trust, it still needs to have the additional testing and controls like anywhere else. Because even before AI, we've had people copying off of Stack Overflow and putting it out there, and so it's just that AI is accelerating where all that code is coming from.
The primary threat I see with AI generated code is more legal than security related. So, all security is just input and output, right? So let's talk about input and output. The input is code coming into your system that may come from another system, that may be secure, it may not be secure, it may be copyrighted or patented, it may not be. And you do need a way to control for that and to look for those things. And then on the other side of it, if you're doing proprietary things in your code and you're using a model that's learning from what you're writing, well, your code base could end up in someone else's code base. So important to kind of know both of those things. So to that end, Devin, I think, security needs to be at the table, certainly, but this is a more cross-functional issue than that.
Yeah, that's how we're approaching it at my company as well. It actually was initially driven by legal, because they had these exact concerns about what's going to happen with our code. Are we using, licensing that we're not supposed to? But there are still some security risks that are concerning to me. The one is this new concept. Like, this is just an idea, and this is where I think these novel vulnerabilities are going to come from, is the idea of slop squatting, that it just pulls in some third-party dependency that is actually written by completely not validated or vetted or anything. We have processes downstream to manage that, but that's like just an example of the sort of, I like the name of it is very well contrived, slop squatting. There's a lot of sloppiness that is not going to be managed and controlled by a person, although not saying that people don't create sloppiness here and there in the way they do their code, but you really have to the governance we have in place in terms of application security currently needs to remain, and it needs to be able to scale. But then I still think the conversation we were having earlier about upfront being left of all of this and making sure that we're designing it properly, and that the the AI models that they're going to use are set up for success. One of the challenges I've seen in using them myself is that if you're not specific enough, you're not going to get the outcome you want. So being able to do that threat modeling, that design, the security architecture work, really setting very crisp and clear requirements are the upfront governance, I would say, that really drive better outcomes.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. One thing that we haven't touched on yet is kind of the concept of secure AI development and secure usage of AI, but also kind of adversaries are leveraging AI and even kind of attacking AI. Jacob, at the beginning, you mentioned kind of model poisoning as a kind of emerging risk that's top of mind. What are some of the things that we should be mindful of as far as adversarial use of AI and new technologies, and how do we defend against those? Brad, I'll go to you first.
Oh, I kind of want to hear from Jacob on this. I think he's got some good ideas, but I do want to come back to it in a moment.
So thank you, Brad, for put me on the spot there. So I think about it in two ways. I mean, the framing I put earlier is the one, right? We have the model poisoning and the way the models we actually use. So it's like this dependency risk we have, a third-party risk we have by using open source model versus some data we've either trained or has been trained outside, and how that manifests in particular vulnerabilities within the code. The other one is that, which has got me a little bit more concerned, because I really haven't been able to think of the, what is the realm of possibility here, is the actual use of AI in your deployed product. And how does that, how do you set the boundaries to maintain security in there appropriately? Or is it wide open? Or do you have some data that can be accessed if you make the right inferences? And I don't think we've even begun to see the attacks that can happen into a model like that, right? I'd actually be really interested to see what ChatGPT and these big open LLMs have seen as people trying to extract information from them. That would be really interesting to break that out and do some research on that. But how is that going to manifest in your own company, in your own products, in your, like, I think in Brad and my world, your own medical device that sits on a patient? How are you really going to manage and control that? That's where my bigger concern is. A little more generic of an answer, but that sort of unknowns is what's kind of keeping me awake right now.
Yeah, I think me as well. I get caught up on this point. I'm not quite sure how to enunciate it, but our adversaries are getting much smarter, much faster. Now, that was happening before AI, as I think more threats have become more nation state focused as opposed to being, driven by the 12-year-old in mom's basement. But what AI is going to do is ratchet up that threat much faster. It's going to enable people with fewer resources to become more powerful at a much more rapid pace than they were before. And even though our adversaries are becoming more nation state oriented and declining in quantity while increasing in quality, this might make the internet a pretty significantly more dangerous place. And again, just coming back to how we're spending our time, right? We have to be surgical with what we're doing.
Linda, what's your perspective on this kind of adversarial AI and emerging threats?
Yeah, and I think Brad hit the nail on the head where, the adversaries are going to be doing it a lot faster. So it's where can we go, are we, shifting left far enough of the, threat modeling up front? But also it's a matter of understanding and getting people to understand. So being more deliberate about where they're using it, what they're doing with it. Again, I had mentioned the blind trust, but not just blindly trusting it and understanding it and really understanding your systems.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot to talk about. Unfortunately, we don't have too much more time, but I do want to kind of, go around the room and get kind of closing thoughts and statements that, it's obvious from this conversation that, practices from the past need to evolve with these emerging paradigms of AI and other kind of new technologies. So I guess just going around the room, what's that one message you want to leave our audience with on how to rethink the future of effective software security? Linda, I'll start with you.
I think, I don't know that a lot changes per se, but it's being more deliberate, putting through understanding what's coming out of the tools, And then just putting the controls in all the right places. From a security perspective, we need to figure out how to do that to enable developers to still move fast because they're going to do it.
Jake, next.
You say Jacob?
Jacob here.
Okay. So that Linda's point is right on, and that kind of falls into mine as well. Is you have to educate yourself, and that really means you have to lean into AI, and not only understanding how you can leverage it yourself, because if developers are doing it, security professionals can do it as well to some degree, right? We all discussed there are some boundaries that you have to stop at because it really needs a human to be there. But take a lot of those long-running processes, those really arduous, data-driven analysis, and put those through AI while using your time to do what's more important for driving security of the products. That's one side, and then the other one is continue to educate yourselves on these risks. Like, really get involved with the community, start keeping an eye on what's happening out there, try to get into some research on how security researchers are attacking AI so you can understand that for your business as well. It's coming. You have to just be prepared for
it. Brad?
Yeah, I think everyone needs to be, or every security practitioner needs to be looking in the mirror right now, asking yourself, as my developers evolve over the next 1 to 5 years, whatever our time span is, as their practices change, what am I going to have to do to keep up with them, run alongside them, be a good partner? And how is that going to have to be different from what it is today? Are my tools going to have to change? Is my knowledge going to have to change? And then ask yourself critically, do I know how to do that? And if you don't, then I think there's a conversation we need to start here in the security community, and I'm excited to see that happen.
And if they don't, what resources do you recommend?
It's going to be different for everyone, right? We have to come together as a community and talk more about how we can work together as a Western security apparatus, if you will, to be a better defense of the internet. And I think that's still waiting to happen.
All right. Well, that's a good place to wrap it up. Linda, Brad, Jacob, really, really appreciate your time. Thank you for being here and sharing your predictions about the future, insights on what's changing, what's staying the same. I'll hand it back over to Karina, who will be taking us on to the next panel.
Thank you, Devin.
Glad to be here.
Thank you so much, Devin, and to all of our guest speakers. That was awesome. Next up, we're tackling a critical piece of the puzzle: how to move beyond just finding vulnerabilities to actually fixing what matters and driving effective remediation. I'm excited to hand you over to Prasad, our VP of Partnerships, who will be discussing how to bridge the gap between ASPM and vulnerability management with Nucleus security. So Prasad, over to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Prasad Raman, VP of Partnerships here at SciCode, and I'm delighted to be your host for this session on why we should bridge the gap between ASPM and vulnerability management. Today, securing applications requires a unified and comprehensive approach, connecting the deep insights of application security posture management with the broader context of risk-based vulnerability management. To help us understand how to build a more comprehensive approach to solve some of AppSec's biggest pains, I'm delighted to welcome a leading voice in the vulnerability management space. We have Adam Dudley, VP of Strategy and Alliances at Nucleus, here with us today.
How's it going, Prasad? Happy to be here.
Great to see you.
Yeah, you as well.
Well, awesome. So let's just dive straight into this question. Today both of our organizations tackle this problem. Applications are becoming increasingly complex. So what are some of the core challenges you see organizations facing in achieving comprehensive visibility? So both deep within their application environment, and then how they put that in context across the entire enterprise.
It's a great question. And actually, it reminds me of why Nucleus was started in the very early days. And Nucleus was really started to help with fragmented data all over the enterprise that's used in vulnerability management processes. And fragmented data and too much data really creates this overwhelm that a lot of our shared customers are experiencing, where there's too much noise, there's too much data, it's fragmented across different tools and different parts. Parts of the vulnerability management program or parts of the application security program. Today, or when our Nucleus founders started, really people were more concerned about just network and device infrastructure and things of that nature. But now, very much a concern is code repos, CI/CD pipelines, container registries, runtime environments, all those types of things. And so it creates a whole new unique set of challenges. Like the challenge itself isn't new, but it's sort of the nuance of the challenge and all the different, technologies that we're dealing with today.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think one of the awesome things about Nucleus and the reason we love partnering with you guys is, it's the unified visibility across your entire application environment. What are some of the consequences you see when enterprises don't have this visibility all the way from, the code level to where that is deployed? What are some of the challenges or risks that enterprises face when they have some of these blind spots?
Sure. So it's really when security teams and developers concerned with security are operating in silos, right? So, we have prospective customers come to us, and this is their whole issue. And it's like I have different teams in different silos and doing different things that affect security, and I don't have unified visibility into what's going on, usually at the leadership or executive level. And that's critical because a CISO or head of product security or head of application security, they're getting asked questions by their board, by the CTO or the CIO. They need to be able to answer questions about the holistic risk across the whole environment, not just application security, not just cloud security, not just VM or network or device security, but across the whole enterprise. And that's one of the reasons they seek us out, is to really unify the information in one place so that they can start to cultivate and get the answers they need to answer those questions they're being asked.
Yeah, and this problem has gotten worse in the past few years. I think you look post-COVID, we have a shift to work from home. You have increasing use of bring your own devices. You're seeing a change in how applications are developed. There's more cloud native architectures today. You don't control the infrastructure your apps are running on. What are some of the, how has that problem gotten worse? And how does Nucleus see that continuing to get worse?
Sure. Well, I think you called out the reasons. It's increasing infrastructure, increasing code, sprawled all across the organization. It's very difficult, I think, for the security organization in a large enterprise to keep track of who's doing what and who's spinning up what, especially, talking about things like ephemeral workloads in cloud native environments, and, the code sitting on those workloads. Like I said, rapid deployments, things being spun up and down all the time without necessarily security having a really close eye on it. And so, really what this does is it renders sort of traditional vulnerability management approaches that were conceived of back in the day when all you had to care about was servers and devices. That renders those approaches really irrelevant and, inconsequential now. So need totally new approaches, new modern approaches that includes, coverage for DevOps and GitOps, pipelines, with multiple security checkpoints. Of course, things that Cycode is a real expert in and handles very well: code, infrastructure as code, and secrets management. Any of those areas requiring continuous integrated approaches, you have to have a platform like Cycode to address that for you. And then combining it, with a Nucleus type layer on the holistic level, really gives you that coverage and that visibility that most of our prospective customers are looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, another piece about, why we love partnering with Nucleus is, oftentimes in organizations, there are different personas. So you have, a really deep application security team working with the engineering organization, the DevOps organization, and then you've got, the enterprise-wide security team. They definitely work in collaboration with the AppSec team, but they're also looking at context across the organization. In your experience, have you seen those teams work in collaboration effectively? And what are some of the challenges you see in, establishing effective communication between the AppSec team and the enterprise-wide security team?
That's a great topic. And I think that what we're usually seeing is that the organization that has this ironed out, has the communication flow ironed out, that's a kind of a rare case still today. And more typically, an organization comes to us, they're definitely experiencing some kind of disconnect, between like the development organization or the engineering organization and security operation. There's usually a lot of friction there. Sometimes, the worst of the worst case is, security is working in a scanning platform, generating some kind of massive report and just sending it out to developers and saying, hey, here's all that stuff. Here's all the stuff that's broken. You need to fix it. And without any context or without any prioritization or anything like that, that's the worst case scenario. And that still happens today. Right. And the other shared problem in this situation is that the lack of, I love this phrase, it kind of got hooked on, is the lack of a universal risk language. Right. So the security team is speaking a much different language than the engineering team. The engineering or even the security team at the management level is speaking a much different language than the security team at the executive level, and these kind of communication barriers create all kinds of friction and problems in the process where we're all just trying to get to fix the stuff that really matters and that is actually exposing the most risk in the organization. So, when you put together, two platforms that are specialists in what they do, Cycode on the ASPM side and aligning code with the security organization, then Nucleus, unifying vulnerability data from all the different sources across the enterprise and giving dashboards. What you get, I think, is this shared language that is absolutely necessary to, get the teams communicating well together using the same terminology about risk. And that's going to help you get to faster remediation of the stuff that really matters.
Yeah, I'd love to dig into that a little bit more in terms of, how you measure risk and quantify risk. And I think, you're seeing increasingly, it's very easy for cyber people to talk about, CVEs and top 10 vulnerabilities and all that stuff. But I think what organizations are increasingly looking at is understanding the business impact and what business risk does this expose me to. I think Nucleus is on the forefront of this. But I'd love to hear a little bit about how, the team at Nucleus and your customers are moving beyond identifying vulnerabilities and speaking, to other cyber teams, but how do they translate that to business leaders, and how do they translate risk into, the language of the business?
That's a great question. And actually, for this part of the conversation, I pulled up a little stat or a quote, from a report. It's actually the Ponemon Institute Cost of Vuln Management report came out in 2022, which said that less than 35% of enterprises successfully integrate business risk context into vuln prioritization, leading to inefficient patching efforts. So less than 35% are getting the context they need to make quality risk decisions. I was also on a call with a CISO the other day of a large multinational with the organization so large they have 5 CISOs across different regions across the world, and they have a very sprawling operation. So they have infrastructure in different verticals, like all over the world. And the biggest problem, this guy said, was getting the context he needs to make risk decisions. And so, we're asking him, hey, what can vendors do to provide you with better solutions? He said, context. Like, I need way more context because I can't pay attention to all the vulnerabilities across all the infrastructure across my whole global organization. It's literally impossible. And so what we prize most here at this organization is context, tools that can give us that information. And so, it's going beyond just assessment. and taking the vulnerabilities that come out of that assessment and layering on things like asset criticality context. If these vulnerabilities are used in an exploit and hackers gain access to the asset, whether that's code or a server or whatever, what is the criticality of that? If they get control of that, what does that mean to the business at large? Not just in this context of security, but the actual business risk, the exploitability of the vulnerabilities that are sitting on assets that, might be the crown jewels, business processes, things like that. Layering all of this context, vulnerability intelligence, specialized to the particular environment that the customer is working in, looking at specific APT groups that might be targeting their industry. So, Nucleus, takes in all this information from all these different tools sprawling across the enterprise and layers on that information so the senior leaders can have that context they need to make high quality risk decisions.
No, that's incredibly insightful. I want to move over a little bit. So it's all well and good to identify the vulnerabilities, to prioritize them, but at some point, enterprises have to address them. And I want to talk a little bit about the challenges that you're seeing enterprises to translate from, technology tools that will help identify and prioritize vulnerabilities to the process of kind of actually reducing their risk posture. What are some of the best in class organizations doing, and what are some of the challenges you see to actually translate some of the insights that our tools can deliver to actually putting those into action?
Sure. It's a great question. And I think that what comes to mind first is automation, right? Like, actually, it's Nucleus's mission as a company to help organizations prevent breaches by automating risk-based vulnerability management at scale. And so everything we do here at Nucleus, everything we build is driving towards that automation ideal. Like, vulnerability management is a very difficult process, regardless if you're doing it in application security or more traditional VM. It's a very hard process. And something I've learned, in my 5 or 6 years immersed in this space is that people actually don't last long in vulnerability management jobs because the work is so difficult. You're not going to see someone be a vulnerability analyst necessarily for a very long period of time. Usually that's kind of a starting point in their security career, and they're wanting to get to the next thing. And that's because it really is a hard job. And unless you have more sophisticated tools like Nucleus that have an automation engine and framework that can, automate a lot of routine, very manual tasks. And people underestimate, people that haven't been doing vuln management for a long time in an enterprise environment, they really underestimate how much sub-process there is between the actual discovery of the vulnerabilities and the actual remediation of them. There's so many distinct use cases in there. Nucleus itself has upwards of 150 distinct use cases related to this process. And so the automation is where you see a mature company that is actually able to keep up with their vulnerabilities that are truly critical and truly exploitable. They are typically automating a lot of work and doing much more with less, so to speak.
Yeah, and I mean, we often don't consider the human side enough, and what the experience of our customers day to day. When you look at organizations, the vuln management team or the application security team, they actually have to build those internal relationships with other teams across the enterprise. And oftentimes, I think one of the challenges we see is, you find an issue or find a vulnerability. Who should own that, and who has the, who owns fixing it, and who has the ability to actually fix it? So can you talk a little bit about the role of mapping and assigning ownership of vulnerabilities to the right teams? What role does that play in improving accountability, reducing delays, and getting to a better risk posture?
For sure. This is a very hot topic, one I'm particularly fascinated by because it involves the business context so much. And so, at one point I was having dinner with a customer, one of our large retail customers, and really the whole reason they bought Nucleus was for this very reason, was because they were having trouble representing ownership of assets assigning vulnerabilities for people that either own or support those assets. And when I say asset, if you haven't figured out already, I'm referring to really anything that can be affected by a vulnerability. That's kind of our own internal label. So it could be application code or network infrastructure, devices, so on. But yeah, so I was having dinner with this customer, and this large retail customer had 21 different divisions at their organization, each with its own distinct business unit owner that was kind of doing security in their own way. And so not only did this create a communication problem, because, the CISO at the top over all these folks really couldn't get a straight answer about what's the overall risk picture from vulnerabilities. There's also a matter of ownership, like to be able to enforce security, to create a culture of accountability. He had to be able to segment all the different divisions by what assets they were responsible for keeping secure. And you're able to represent that taxonomy in Nucleus. And then once he had those assets in that taxonomy in Nucleus, he's able to, unify that communication of risk in a way that was uniform across all those different divisions. And with that clear accountability and clear ownership, then you eliminate the opportunities to pass the buck, so to speak. And so, when you have something like Psycode integrated with, your source control and pipeline metadata, which allows, automated identification of the developers that are responsible, and the teams who are responsible early in the development lifecycle to the left. And then you combine and integrate that with Nucleus, where you have this holistic database of assets and ownership, which links the vulnerabilities into that database as well. And you're wiring all that up to the right teams and the roles and the due dates or the service level agreements. This is what really helps to make remediation responsibility explicit and drive the fixing of those things that are the most risky without anybody able to say like, hey, that's not my responsibility.
Yeah. And that's, at the end of the day, we're all trying to get to outcomes. And I think it's a combination of visibility, the prioritization, and then, it's important not to forget the human side of that.
Yeah, it's a big part of it. It, what they say, the cliche at this point, but, people, process, and technology, the people part is a main pillar. And I think generally people like to know what they're responsible for. And, sometimes you need the technology to enable that at scale.
Yeah. So, we're getting close to the end of the session, and I wanted to make sure that we had a little bit of an opportunity to look at the future. And obviously, trends around AI are growing.
Sure.
But I wanted to ask you, what are some of the shifts you see, and what are some of the shifts you're building for at Nucleus as we're approaching this next chapter? And how are organizations going to approach unifying, their application security stack with the rest of their security environment, and how are enterprises going to approach this problem going forward? And how are you guys planning for that future?
Yeah, great question, and it's my favorite kind of question. I'm very forward, future thinking, and so I go back to what I heard on that call with the CISO actually just last week about context being the most important thing to him and his organization. And I think you're going to see more and more of that, where the emphasis and the focus is on real time, getting the customer or the security leader that real time context they need to make decisions in the moment. They don't want to have to go digging or asking a whole ton of questions to get at that context they need to make their executive level decisions. And so I think that at Nucleus, we're going to continue on that pathway to provide more relevant context faster at the point in time that the user and the leadership needs it. So that's number one. I do think that, really pertaining to this conversation, especially the continued convergence of application security with the broader risk framework in an enterprise is going to continue, because today almost every organization relies on applications and application code to deliver their value proposition to their customers, whether those customers are internal or external. And so application security cannot be separate, from the entire risks picture. And really, I think, Nucleus and SciCode are well positioned to be at the forefront of this. We're both providing, unified intelligence. We're, connecting code to cloud and tying it to security risks across the broader enterprise and giving that context that the leadership needs to see, what the business impact is for different security decisions. So I'm really excited about the future, and I think we're going to see things continue in the direction that they currently are.
Well, it sounds like we got a lot to look forward to. And, to close it out, it wouldn't be a webinar in 2025 if we didn't talk about AI. And I'd love to ask for your thoughts on, how is the proliferation of AI tools going to affect both threat landscape that we're trying to protect against, and then what are some of the kind of ways that's going to become, embedded in the unified vulnerability management process?
Yeah, I think it's still early days for useful applications of AI. I think that it was amazing to me to see how much progress we had made just in a year from RSA 2024 to RSA 2025, just within the past month of this recording. And so, I think a year ago when I was RSA, things were pretty, there really weren't anything that caught my attention as a useful, valuable implementation of the LLM technology. And this year you saw vendors actually starting to provide some useful applications. And I know SciCode is within this category with its AI offerings. And Nucleus is, we have this internal ethos where we only focus on solving real problems. And so maybe we're a little bit, we've kept things building in the background before releasing them. And so we have been working on AI applications. So looking forward to that in the second half of this year to start releasing some of those. But yeah, I'm excited about the future. I think that just seeing that progress from one year to the next, I can only imagine what I'm going to see next year, considering how fast these things are moving. So I'm pretty optimistic about AI applications, but we're still, people have to remember, we're still in the early days of these technologies being applied to security context.
Awesome. Well, Adam, this has been an incredibly insightful discussion. I had a lot of fun. I think it's a critical challenge on how we're bridging the gap between application security and RBBM. Really thank you for your expertise on these challenges and how we're solving them. Really thankful to you and Nucleus for our partnership, and appreciate the time.
Thank you. It was great.
And thank you to our audience for tuning into this important conversation. I'll now hand it back to Karina, who will be taking us on to the next session. Stay tuned.
Thank you so much, Adam and Prasad. Next up, I am excited for you to hear from two product security leaders who are opening up their playbooks and sharing with you how to drive product security excellence. This next session will focus on the role of a strong security culture between engineering and security teams, and the increasingly important role that customer centricity plays in making product security a top organizational priority. I'm handing you over to Amir, who will introduce you to our excellent guest speakers.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to our next panel discussion on driving product security excellence through security culture, transparency, and customer centricity. I'm Amir, and I'll be your host for this session. We have the privilege of hearing from two exceptional leaders who are at the forefront of shaping product security practices. So Nikola Belchekovich, Product Security Officer at Schneider Electric, and Brian Levine, Director of Product Security at Elastic. Nikola and Brian, thank you for both being here. Before we start the discussion, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself? Nikola, maybe you can start with us.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nikola Belchekovich, and I'm a Product Security Officer, as Amir already mentioned, at Schneider Electric. And I'm accountable for multiple R&D sites dispersed across the globe. We have sites in Europe and North America, and I'm accountable for product security, meaning that we have ownership of the security development lifecycle. We have security operations, also penetration testing teams. And a little bit about myself is that I'm a CSSLP certified, CISSP, and in the meantime, I have defended a PhD thesis in multi-tenancy of cloud-based systems. So that's shortly about me, and let's hear from Ryan.
Great to have you here, Nicola. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Amir. Yeah, thanks, Amir. So Director of Product Security as well. I'm responsible for secure software development across all products and cloud services that we build. Just a little bit of my background. I've worn a lot of hats in the industry. Started my education as a classical security engineer. Was really drawn into security from a confidentiality standpoint while working in the aerospace and defense industry. And then kind of how I landed in product security engineering was while I was interviewing for a SaaS. They were looking for a product security management role, and I asked during the interview process if I could speak to their CISO and their head of security architecture. And they said, well, we don't have one of those, so maybe you can do that role too. And so from there, I built out a security engineering team from scratch, covering development, testing, compliance, cloud operations, red team. And it's just been sort of rinse and repeat since then, just really continuing to evolve and learn as I go and really enjoy this space.
Amazing. Thanks, Brian. Wonderful to have both of you on with us. It's kind of like let's kick it off here. So setting the foundations of kind of the discussion that we want to have today. There's a lot of definitions around just product security in general. How product security intersects or even differs from application security. So as two leaders driving excellence in product security, how would you define product security, or what is product security to you guys? Brian, why don't we start with you first?
Sure. I'll start with a short answer and then maybe unpack it a little. I would say top level product security is the process of delivering business value in a trustworthy environment. And so really what I mean by that is everything is dynamic. Everything is constantly moving in modern cloud-based applications. There's really no such thing as a final product. Everything is always in flux. It's a dynamic swarm of conditions that just come together in just the right way to deliver something of value in the end user experience. For the end user, it looks like a finished product and a finished environment, but in reality, everything about the application and environment is constantly changing. You've got hosts and containers going up and down, load balancers shifting workloads, services coming offline, new IP addresses being cycled in, new threats, spikes in traffic, code updates, hot fixes, you name it. Everything is constantly changing. There's really no finished product, no finished release. And so how do we ensure trust in that realm? That's what product security is to me.
Gotcha. Thanks, Brian. Nicola, over to you.
So I do share similar views here, and because I'm also a software engineer by the background, and AppSec for me always was more in the narrow sense what we can find in the SDL, right? In secure development lifecycle, all those practices like threat modeling, secure code implementation, DAST, EST, SAST. So in the narrow sense, how do we apply those practices would fall for me under the AppSec. While for the product security, I turn always to the risk-based approach. So in a company, we have a risk register, right? And then there are some risks related to the customers or to the products that we develop and deliver or continuously operate in a cloud-based environments. So for me, product security was always that mandate where we need to ensure that those risks don't materialize. which is more than just the AppSec, right? The AppSec is just one piece to the puzzle where we ensure the practices are being there and being followed. But generally, product security for me is how do we tackle those risks? And it pretty much connects to what Brian was explaining. Like, for example, we have some cloud native offers. So security operations would be under the product security in my mind, as there is the risk for the end customers in this case, or however we put the risk framework around. So it's more broad and more mandate driven when I think about product security in general.
Gotcha. No, that's a great explanation from both of you. Thank you for that. Thanks for setting the foundation. So there are really three components we wanted to dig into as well in today's discussion. One, security culture, two, transparency, and three, customer centricity, all related to, driving better product security outcomes here. So let's start with security culture. How can a strong security culture help embed security earlier on in the development cycles from your perspective? Maybe Nicola, back to you to start off.
Oh, that's a tough one to speak to, but generally, I see the role of a security culture there to break the silo between the security and the R&D teams, and how it can do that actually by setting the shared goal between the groups about creating a secure and resilient software. So in my mind, if we have that shared goal, if we break the silos, and we can continuously work together as two groups with two different perspectives, that's where the culture comes into play. And when people understand the why, that is a sign of the healthy culture. So why behind the product security, then it means that the tooling also can follow, right? Because now we have interested parties trying to address the common problem. How do we make products secure? So the strong and healthy security culture, I think, drives also a better tool adoption. And for me, that's how the whole security culture plays a vital role in shifting left, essentially making it part of the natural flow of a developer.
Yep, absolutely. Brian, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, just piggybacking on some of those points, I think understanding the why that Nicola mentioned, I think we'll probably touch on that a lot here today. The why is critical. Security is never something we want to hide behind and just say we're doing this because some compliance or some boss said that we have to do it. Explaining why this is important and what's the impact if we don't do this is really a baseline in terms of getting engineering or getting other stakeholders and the enterprise rallied around your mission and your objective. And so security culture, I believe, is critical. It's really the starting point for the foundation of success in any program. Really, security teams cannot be in every room. We cannot be in every design discussion, in every bug review, in every impact analysis. So having that strong security culture means that people will recognize a security risk when they see it, and they'll also feel comfortable about bringing it to the security team because they know they're not going to be blamed for causing an issue or causing an outage. They have a good interaction. They're left with a positive feeling, knowing that even if they do make a mistake, they can bring it to the security team and we'll work together in finding a solution, versus a culture where it's a blame-based environment or compliance-driven environment where people are afraid or maybe hesitant to bring those concerns forward.
Yep, absolutely. Sounds like if you look at it across people, process, and technology, the people process piece, culture is so important to this, right? If you stick the technology to the side, one of the things that we like to think about here is AppSec or even product security as more of a team sport, right? So making sure that, security teams have the visibility that they need, developers have the ability to have the context to be able to see like, okay, these are the things that security wants us to kind of fix, but this is why, and this is how I should fix it. And when you have kind of those two things together, then you have a a better, more symbiotic relationship between the two teams. That's fantastic. Yeah, so people process, but what about the tool? So should security tools be doing more to empower developers to foster embedded security in their workflow? Like, what do you think about from a tools perspective? Brian, maybe we can start with you.
Yeah, that's a great question. And maybe I'll take a contrarian answer here a little bit in that, I don't, I don't feel strongly that more tools in the IDE or as developers writing code is going to move the needle greatly in producing better security outcomes. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't think it will hurt to have, say, more security notifications in an IDE. However, in a distributed environment where we've got, engineers contributing code using whatever IDE, whatever composition environment they choose, across cultures, across languages, across platforms, and even enterprises where you have maybe open source contributions living side by side with customer contributions and in-house contributions. So you can't really ever rely on a common platform or a common tool to inform the engineer as they're checking in code. So really it's when things come together in that complex operating environment where you've got, thousands of services and components stitched together now and then executing in a dynamic environment. And that's when the real scary security issues can happen, So it's really, how do we do more dynamic testing in an integrated environment? How do we stress test that environment and really test things out after the code is written and compiled, and now it's all come together in that integrated environment? So really more dynamic testing. So looking at, from a tools standpoint, really looking at how do we implement tools in those stages of the development lifecycle. So, deploying a build into a stage environment and testing it there as it has come together, opening it up to public bug bounty and other test frameworks, manual testing, dynamic testing in that runtime environment is really where we surface the critical high severity security issues.
Yeah, absolutely. Nicola, would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, from my perspective, I always think about who would be the buying persona of any tool out there. And from that perspective, if the tool is expected to take outputs of a software engineer, I think it's vital and important that whoever creates the tool makes an effort to make it a part of the natural flow. Because I think the most pushbacks we have from software engineers is like, hey, I need now to go to this other tool to do something about it. So it breaks their natural flow, their day-to-day work. And that's where the resistance and friction starts showing up. So I think if a security tooling in place is about to touch developers in any way, it has to make an effort to make sure that it's part of their natural day-to-day workflow. So that's how if we are very successful there, I think sometimes software engineers even do security work without realizing it. So we come through to that through discussions, and when they feel it like a natural part of their workflow, I think that's the best. And sometimes they're even like, what is security talking about? We already do that, and we're just so happy to hear it. So that's because there are tooling that cover other aspects of the SDLC and operations where it might not be so necessarily important that it's part of the workflows for software engineers, but for these tools that matters, yes, I think it's vital that the tool is there.
Yeah, it's a great point. Especially when you're trying to get developer adoption, make sure that you're staying within their workflows and not breaking away from them, right? Coming back, stepping away from the tools, coming back to a little bit more around culture and process shifts from your experiences. How how have you helped them with these process shifts in kind of building that security mindset early on in development, like throughout your experience? What's kind of your thoughts on that?
So I think Brian touched a little bit on it when he mentioned compliance-driven security. I think that can be like the really, let's say, enemy of a security culture, and making sure that developers adopt it early on. So I would say, in a way, don't let compliance drive your security and risk management in your products. Because if we are getting too much focused on compliance level security, and that also goes with a mindset of security being the gatekeepers, you're probably gonna end up in a state where there is a friction of some sorts between the teams and silos created and so on. So I think when we are speaking about the processes and shifts needed to make those better adoptions and to flow product security more smoothly, I think it's very important to make a distinction between what's needed for compliance, and then to start uh, surveying or speaking with the R&D about what their pain points are, and focus actually on making their lives easier and making them understand why we are doing some of the things. It's a vital to success in any product security program, in my opinion, and then see what we need to do from the compliance perspective to make sure, we are ticking those boxes and making sure that we can meet whatever the market or customer demand is. But really, when we are speaking about identifying the risk and making sure that we are doing the right things, it's crucially important to collaborate, work with developers, understand their pain points, and then address them.
Yep, absolutely. Brian, would love to hear your take on this.
Yeah, and try to add something to that. I think one thing we try to do is you're providing trade-offs for teams. So if a product manager or engineering team comes in and wants to just let's talk about a new feature or a new design, don't be the department of no. We provide trade-offs to say, yes, we could do that if we put these mitigations in place or we take care of these risks, but not being the team that just says, no, we can't do that because the risk is too high or because that's privacy and we're not allowed. So really being creative, rolling up the sleeves with the engineering teams and the product managers and others when they designing something, when they sit down to do something, and taking that secure by design approach and saying, okay, how do we achieve the end goal here? And again, always explaining why. So if it's sometimes we do have to do compliance for compliance sake, but explain that and be transparent about it. So people know that, security isn't just trying to hide something or pull the wool over our eyes and say something is a security risk when it's really not, and it's just to meet a compliance objective. It's a compliance objective, and that's the reason you're doing it. Be plain, be frank, and say, this is why we're doing it. We don't agree with it from a security standpoint, but it has to be done because it's going to allow our customers to adopt this solution, and making sure that that's part of your culture as well.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Outside of the compliance piece, that I'm sure that must be a driver within the organization. How else can you get devs and the engineering organizations bought in to security? Like, what are some of the ways that you're kind of building those strong relationships together?
Yeah, I think if it's important to a customer, then it's an easier sell to your engineering leadership, to your InfoSec leadership, and to the executive level. So really tying something back to customer value. Why are we doing this? And what is the benefit to the end customer, or what is the problem that the end customer is having with our product that we need to solve here? And using that as your leverage and using that as your justification, and really looking at through that lens.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Using kind of the customer and the overall business value as the North Star. for that relationship. That's great. Nicola, did you want to add something as well?
Sure. Well, I completely agree with everything stated there. Like, customers are a huge help when it comes to presenting that value. But sometimes we see that lacking, right? So what if customers are not pushing hard enough on some of the security requirements or similar? So I think our role should be to be able to present where we are today. So what we think it's missing from our security culture, process, or behaviors that we want to see in an organization, and why that might be a problem further down the road. So that can help us actually map like a tailored framework for each larger team group, or because I look at the cultures as a even in big companies, there can be different subcultures in different areas, in different teams, in different products that they are building and market that they are targeting. So there, I think it's very important to see what are those behaviors that you as a product security lead would like to see, and then to get a buy-in on a multiple levels, also to see what would be the outcome of it. So I always look to have like a lagging and leading indicators, so we can progressively report on the improvements of the security culture, because that's where we can start measuring things from contributions and things like improvement in our overall posture. So that's where I would kind of add things, because sometimes it's missing that push from either regulatory side or from the customer perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the metrics conversation is interesting too, kind of related to what I was going to ask next. How do you guys think organizations can better recognize security contributions and build a stronger security culture overall? I mean, oftentimes it's not, you don't hear about, product security or application security until maybe an incident or a breach happens, right? But that's not the moment we want to wait for, right? So how do we kind of elevate the exposure, I guess, across the org? Would love to hear your thoughts there, Brian, if you want to take that one.
Yeah. So I think you touched on security objectives in the last one, and I think those can also help drive recognizing contributions as well. I think showing what we're trying to accomplish in a measurable way, and what so that we know what good looks like, so that we know what done looks like, and teams can rally around that, and know when they've met the goal, and then really celebrate that. So if somebody has achieved something ahead of schedule or on time, according to what the objective we set, really celebrating that throughout the organization, throughout the culture, internally as well as externally, with maybe a blog post about an interesting project or an interesting solution we just came up with to develop a solution to a specific security challenge. We can blog about that and put it on the put it out there in the public, and really celebrate and allow the engineers that did that work really to get public acknowledgement and public recognition for that as well. Some other, tactics internally, of course, trying to build a security champions programs where, advocates can come and in an open forum, just discuss challenges and interact with the team, raise new issues and concerns, having public Slack channels, having public forums where anyone throughout the organization can come in with a topic and ask for some help, or bring something new that maybe we haven't heard of or thought about yet, is always helpful as well. So yeah, those are just a couple of tactics that we found successful.
Awesome. Nicola, I think, I want to kind of talk about transparency here a little bit. Let's talk about increasing the transparency of product security in the industry. I know you've got a point of view on this here. Why is increased transparency needed from your point of view?
Well, I think we can compare that maybe to the open source and closed source issues. Like in a sense, there is typically a higher level of trust in open source because people can download the source code, can analyze it. There is community built around it. So I think at the end of the day, the trust is bought with transparency. And transparency is capability of those who are, let's say, not afraid to share what they have built in. And sometimes, unfortunately, we cannot just go and open source parts of our source code so we can make customers believe in the security of the product because of the intellectual property and other type of the considerations. But what we can do actually is to, through a collaboration with customers, increase the level of transparency in our security programs, in our measurable KPIs. And we have been exploring like the Google Salsa framework, which can provide a common language between the vendors and the customers and between the vendors among themselves. So it is a way to provide additional transparency into the build process and how the product has been built, what were the outcomes of the build, and there is the concept of software attestations where you can provide how your build went and all your security checks, automated security checks that you have had in place, how they turned out to be for a particular build. So that's, I think, one step forward in just kind of relying on certifications, because we all know that certifications are audits in time and they demonstrate that the process is there. But essentially, there is like a lot of ways to have an exception in the process, kind of risk acceptance, non-compliance exceptions, and so on, which all kind of contribute to the overall risk of the product, but you can still have your product and your processes certified. So I think the next step there in the ecosystem would be to have like more transparency in what's really going on in the product being delivered to the customers.
Fantastic. No, thanks, Nicholas. I want to say that, so we covered transparency, covered security culture, customer focus. One other question for you both here is, how do you think product security is evolving? What's in store for us here in the future, and what advice do you have for organizations here in the next few years? Would love to hear, Brian, if you'd love to kick us off.
Sure. Yeah. And how it's evolving, I think there's a lot of ways we can go in that. I think when we talk about, customer first, being customer obsessed, driving more towards open transparency and looking at, all of the maybe the third-party components that we're using in our software as an example, really being very transparent about that. How do we allow customers to test the products themselves, try it out for themselves, really prove that we are secure by design and secure by default. And so working directly with customers to give them more direct visibility into, the software itself, as well as how is it running in the environment. If the cloud service, do they have the transparency and the visibility into the workloads and the underlying infrastructure that it's running on, giving them full and complete transparent access to alerts, logs, anything that's happening in that environment that their security team might need to do their role and protect their data as well in that shared ecosystem. And bringing it to the customer proactively. So if we see something happening in the environment, bringing it directly to them. Maybe we see a customer running our product in their own environment, but it happens to have a public endpoint open, and we notice, hey, that's our software that's exposed. Reaching out to them and directly notifying them. And so really partnering with customers on the security journey, really helping them be proactive about what's running in their environment. If there is a known vulnerability or a known issue, being very transparent and publishing CVEs, publishing security advisories, making sure you're registered as a CNA for your product and publishing CVEs so that customers are getting notified, as well as maybe having direct channels to notify them as well before something gets published. And so as things evolve, the attackers are evolving their game. One last point I think I wanted to touch on was more that adversarial simulation and the adversarial modeling. So as we know, you might apply a salsa framework. How do you take that salsa framework and look at that as this is my known threat surface, and now how do I do an adversarial attack on that CI/CD environment? What would an attacker want to do in getting into my pipeline, and how might they accomplish that, and using those frameworks to then conduct some real world adversarial attack simulations, based on that knowledge and what you learned, and then, sharing that right back out to the customers and to the public on your blog, on your website, and being transparent about it.
Awesome. Thanks, Brian. Fantastic. Nicola, would love to hear your thoughts as well.
So I think really this time the threat landscape is rapidly evolving. I know we say that in cybersecurity all the time in the last couple of years, but with the advent of AI and the concept of 10x software engineer, where they're expected now to have 10x productivity, it's just really, I think, the time to redefine the term of reasonable security, which kind of, in my mind, directly translates to concepts of defense in depth and where is the right amount of applied security controls within your product, right? So I think that we are going to enter into an era like we discussed today of transparency, measuring behavior and measurable improvements in product security rather than to rely on compliance and having certified processes and products, because there is that fine difference, like how much did you really go to invest and to protect from the threats that you still don't know anything about, and are you really doing that defense in depth on every step of the product process, right? So I think that we are looking at that shift where we are getting to be measured by behaviors and be transparent about it, and to have more conversations with customers, between the customers and vendors. And if I needed to kind of summarize it in one sentence, I think we really all of us need to start, if not already, to start looking at security as a business enabler rather than something that is there like to slow down the process or progress. So with that, we would need a strong help from regulations and customers as well to kind of enable those conversations and make sure that we are going in the way of transparency, because that's going to bring also more clout to product security teams to continue doing all that great work across the companies, I'm sure.
Amazing. Thanks, Nicola. Well, Nicola and Brian, thank you so much for such a fantastic discussion with all these amazing insights. It's pretty clear that building strong product security isn't just about the tools and the technology, but also about fostering the right mindset, being open about our practices, and really understanding the crucial role of, our customers ultimately, right? So thank you to everyone who tuned into this session. And I'm now going to hand it over to Karina, who's going to introduce our next session.
Thank you, Amir, Nicola, and Brian. In application security, there are countless tools and scanners, and we've mastered as an industry how to identify vulnerabilities. But I'm sure we'll all agree this brings noise and a lack of focus on what's actually critical. So how do we drive more secure outcomes and focus on fixing what matters? I am delighted to hand over to Ronan Slavin, our CTO and co-founder, who's joined by a highly accomplished security leader. Over to you, Ronan.
Welcome, everyone, to our next session on decoding risk, the essential role of context and prioritization to empower developers. I'm Ronen Slavin, SciCode CTO and co-founder, and I'll be hosting the conversation today. In the complex world of product security, we all know that identifying vulnerabilities isn't enough. To really empower our development teams and secure our products effectively, we need to understand the context of those vulnerabilities and prioritize the remediation efforts intelligently. But this is easier said than done. To help us kind of navigate this core challenge, I'm thrilled to welcome a highly accomplished security leader and a SciCode customer, Nick Moringa, Product Security Director at Flock Security. Nick, welcome.
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate being here. It's great to get to talk to you.
Awesome. So let's dive in. We have an interesting topic. So we're here to talk about one of the, I think, biggest challenges in AppSec today, which is how do we get the context of the vulnerabilities to prioritize basically the remediation, to prioritize the fixes to what matters most. Obviously, the developer's time is very expensive, and again, like this is a core challenge. So I guess the question to you, Nick, is like, what is the at the heart of these issues between security and development teams?
Yeah. So interestingly enough, I think if you look back at kind of the history of vulnerability management, I'm old, although my hair doesn't necessarily show that yet, hopefully. If you look back at kind of the history of vulnerability management, back in the 90s, we did this kind of one-dimensional vulnerability analysis, and we had these notion of teams, which was, I have an operations team over here, and I have a development team over here, and none of the two shall meet. And so the development team built my code and the operations team ran my code. The world has blended over the last 20 years or so. And I think as the world blends, security tooling has been challenged to kind of keep up and understand the contextual risk of the entire life cycle. And so I think the big challenge there is really understanding having those components that are in the front end of build time, developers, and what used to be the operations people, but is now also developers in runtime, understand the full context of the ecosystem, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So like if I try to kind of echo what you said, so it sounds like it's not just about like giving the developers what they need to fix it, but actually like supporting kind of a better communication between the developers and security, and kind of the context is your means to achieve that. Like this is what enables it, and this is kind of what pushes this a conversation forward. When we look at kind of understanding the context of an issue, so why is it like so important to understand like the impact to the business itself, like the risk to the business?
Yeah. So I think that you hit on it very early on with your talk about time is money, right? We're all building a product. We're all trying to build a very good product and sell it to a customer in some way. The challenge that you have is that if you're not very good at contextual risk management, what's going to end up happening is you're going to waste a lot of time, in particular development time, which is very expensive. I'm fixing the wrong things. And but I've done this in the past. I've run into this in the past. And I think the biggest challenge there is kind of prioritizing your development efforts and your developers' time. Ronen.
Yeah, I think it totally makes sense. And I guess like, if I also try to remember my development days, so, getting a bug or a security issues and then trying to figure out, okay, what's really happening, and like spending all this time to basically like create the context on your own is a heavy load. And eventually when you get to a point where you figure out it's not important, so you get bummed that you waste so much time on this. And yeah, so it makes sense what like I guess like this would be like the critical thing to look at. Yeah,
I think there's an important point in that as well, which is as a security team, I've run many security teams. When we bring you a vulnerability, but as a security person, we don't have really good context around that vulnerability. We don't understand how it operates within the tool, or we don't know the language or otherwise. There's a credibility loss there. Almost every time I bring you a vulnerability without the context I need to fully understand it as a security team. And that kind of context loss ends up with respect loss on the security teams often. And by the time your 50th vulnerability with a developer, your developer now thinks, they're hitting me over the head with another vulnerability that doesn't look like a real vulnerability within my environment, and they haven't done any research or they don't understand the context of it. And that adds a lot of friction between the teams generally.
Yeah. It's kind of like this kid story of the kid that cried wolf, right? Like, you go the more you go to them, and then they try it and it's not a real race, so the conversation becomes less fun, and then like you said, like it eventually could manifest in kind of respect issues. So understanding kind of this criticality, and obviously developers are a big part of this mix. So like, why is getting this information to the developer workflows or to the IDE is actually like more impactful than presenting it in some like other security tools that sometimes they do and sometimes they don't have access to?
Yeah, there's really kind of two things there. If you're going to present it to the IDE and to your developer, you're trying to get it to the closest point of ideation / creation as you can, which is going to reduce the amount of time spent on the issue ultimately, because the developers in the context of their flow, they're in the context of the code, and they can fix it quickly before it actually deploys to production. As it deploys to production, now you're involving a developer, possibly an operations person, often a security person. It's going to take a slow loop back with a Jira ticket or otherwise. The developer's got to look at it. They've got to put themselves back in the context of what they built at the time. There is tons of time waste as you catch things in runtime and you don't deliver them in build time to a developer. And I think kind of the other thing to delivering it in the IDE is that the runtime world and the IDE world where you build something, they're smashing together. You'll see this with AI and otherwise. They're all smashing together over time. And so all of that context delivered to a developer helps them build a better product on the back end, all the runtime context.
Yeah. So like again, like to echo kind of what you said. So the first one is basically, the cost of fixing the issues, right? Like you're saying that I give it to the developers in the IDE. I pay less for that fix because A, like it's just the developer, and B, like it doesn't need to go back to that code. And I guess, talking about IDE, obviously we can't avoid like talking about shifting left. So like when we think about this notion, so like obviously from our experience and the fact that we want to be effective and obviously to save costs. So how do you like see effectively shifting left and doing it in a successful way?
It's a good question. I think we're actually, I wish we were further ahead as an industry, as a security kind of thing, with understanding context and feeding it back into development teams, the shift left philosophy, so to speak. We're not there yet, but I think we're on the verge of really understanding runtime and feeding it to IDE context. And I think it's not just security. I think SRE and operational runtime in context, like all of the runtime context is now starting to get fed more into the build time context. And as it does, you can build what I would call is more context-aware microservices. So like if I'm a developer, I want to push a microservice out, that microservice typically has been built in a siloed box where it doesn't understand the IAM principles that it knows or anything in the Kubernetes context-aware space or otherwise. But as more runtime can be fed to your build time IDE, I think what we're going to see in the coming years is we're going to see IDEs that understand almost all the runtime context and therefore can correct you on things like you've got an IAM principle and you want to reduce that, or you may want to reuse it. I think there's a lot of possibilities that are coming within the IDE itself in the coming years. And I think that opens up a lot of world of possibilities for security and finding things way earlier.
Yeah. So you actually talk about even more context, like getting as much context as possible, like to the IDE. So things that would usually be separate, kind of like harnessing the power of them working together and enabling like better remediation, better understanding of the issue. I completely agree. I think like that's more and more stuff that we see, and we're going to talk about AI soon. But like obviously AI is also could benefit of all this stuff significantly. And again, like I think we're already seeing it in the field. So I will kind of quote you on something that you said before. So you said that, yeah. I don't know if you've been quoted a lot, but it's always fun. So you said you don't care about the buzzword shift left, but you care about being focused. So I think that's a great sentence, and we would great if you can share with our audience like what you mean by that and kind of what is the importance.
Yeah, so I'm unabashedly not in the shift left camp, buzzword wise for sure. I kind of view it as a marketing term that maybe popped up about, I don't know, 5 to 7 years ago, and everybody started glomming onto it. Then it got really mixed and muddled as to what is shift left really. What's really important and what we're missing in all of this is context. So context helps you focus, right? I can understand my runtime, and if I can understand it in my IDE or my build time, now I can understand whether to care about something much more. I need more of my developers' time focused on fixing the top most important problems. And to do that, I absolutely need context. Without it, I'm just feeding them vulnerabilities in a build time. So like I could shift left all of my vulnerabilities. I could scan all of my vulnerabilities in build time, come up with CVSS results on them, send them what's called like what I kind of term as single factor risk analysis rather than actually doing compound risk analysis or multi-factor. I could just feed them CVSSs, but we're no better than we were in the 90s, right? Like go fix bug type of thing. What I want them to focus on is the stuff that really matters. And to understand that, I need to understand the context around the vulnerability itself. CVSS scores on their face are just a number ranked by somebody who has no context to your organization whatsoever and what's built in your runtime and running. So
yeah, it's a one dimension in kind of in a multi-dimensional world. So it's part of the picture, but not the complete one.
Right.
So we often hear about kind of the like the security team having to deal with like huge amount of vulnerabilities. Sometimes it comes because the tools are running incorrect. Sometimes it's for other reasons. And when we kind of think about context, so like what is the relationship between context and being able to prioritize?
Yeah. So I think the tools are starting to get better at this for what it's worth. You can see it in the runtime tools in particular. They're starting to tell you, is this public facing? Is an IAM role protecting it? Are you encrypting the bucket that's behind it with data in it, for instance, or the database or otherwise? They're starting to layer all of that contextual analysis into a compound risk analysis, which is beyond CVSS. They're adding EPSS, for instance, exploitability scores to understand what's in the wild. All of that context helps you prioritize the events that go on. The build time teams are starting to do this as well. You're starting to see better analysis of transitive dependencies, better analysis of reachability. Although reachability, I will say, is like still in the buzzword trough for me right now. And so the build time tool. What's that? Right?
Yes. I also said like reachability could mean like various things to different people. Like there's reachability in code, reachability in runtime. So again, like it's still been defined.
And it does mean different things to people, right? Yeah. And so it's still being defined. It's still a bit on the buzzword area. Reachability to me, by the way, means if I'm including a dependency or a dependency of a dependency, am I actually using the code and the function within that dependency of a dependency for anything within my running code in some way, shape, or form? And I don't think we're there yet with that level of depth of analysis of my code versus the dependencies and transitive dependencies code. But it's starting to come, right? And that context is like the most important thing to prioritize, which is what millions of CVSSs on their face, which means very little, down to that minuscule piece. I think one thing we do need to catch up is we need the audit world to catch up a little bit. Right now, the audit world cares a lot about single factor analysis. They're over-rotated into it like crazy. And we need compound analysis, which is actually real risk analysis, to be much more kind of respected in vulnerability management in the audit world.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think like to us, like that's why we're excited about, ASPM and kind of application security in general. I think, the whole reason that this is being formed is this exact like context need. Like you used to have like all these disparate tools. Now you want your tools to work together. You want them to be aligned and they should work together because they talk about the same thing. They can bring value to one another. And I think like ASPM is kind of the facilitator of that. And again, like I think we see it in the AppSec industry. So kind of, talking about ASPM platforms and having a central place that you see all this, you see like all the context for the security, and have this kind of infrastructure to communicate back to engineering. So I guess like from your perspective, like how do you see like this as a value driver for you, and kind of the emergence of these platforms?
Yeah, so I draw a little inspiration from the SRE world. A lot is going on in SRE right now, and one of the things that's going on in SRE is you build it, you run it as a developer. It used to be the developer would hand off a workload to an SRE. The SRE would probably have some kind of build job. The build job would go, it would deploy their workload and whatnot. But a lot more engineering departments and teams are starting to actually say, hey, developer, you build it, you run it, you build your ops, or you build your observability on it, and otherwise. The same should be true for security ultimately. And so the developers that work in the companies that I work at, I generally look for them to take on more of the load of burning down their own vulnerabilities, understanding the context of their vulnerabilities, and otherwise. I can hire a security person in that will never know 20 languages that my company operates under, or the context in which the microservice is built in some way. So I would much rather empower the edge. And what I mean by that is essentially I want all of my developers to fix security and care about security within their workflows and their normal structures. When I do that, ASPM is enabling me essentially to give them a tool that, for what it's worth, is still not simple and perfect for a developer to use. But I would rather provision a developer into my ASPM tool, have all of the vulnerabilities broken out by either department or microservice area in some way, and have them be able to look at them and look at their kind of grades for microservices or their department, then operate in this old security paradigm of the security team holds all the tools, and I've got 5 security people that can get in the tool itself, and they're the only people that can look at vulnerabilities. Nothing is going to get fixed quick enough that way. You have to empower the edge.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. And I think we touched this a little bit, but I think it would be great for our audience to kind of echo some of the great point that you raised. So we talked about CVSS, but kind of aside from that, like what key strategies and data point like would you recommend our audience to look for when they look for this containerization and prioritization?
Yeah, I think the runtime tools are a little ahead there. So like in the runtime, you obviously care about, is it public? Do I have permissions guarding it in some way? What microservices talk to what microservices, which by the way is a little tricky even for runtime tools to still tell you. ASPM starting to get better in that area. And container builds and understanding container builds and how they're built, and the kind of the build artifacts around building a container. And in the ASPM space or the build time space, you care about reachability, if we can ever get it there as kind of a company globally. You obviously care about some of the kind of sideways context that's starting to come in ASPM tools, like malware detection in packages and package repositories and otherwise, build artifacts within package repositories that are starting to get there. Some of the package repository tools are starting to get better at build artifacts. And transitive dependencies, understanding transitive dependencies and what you have in. So that's like deep hierarchical dependency analysis and dependency mapping of what dependencies rely on what, because ultimately you're probably using, I don't know, a quarter of the internet to build everything that you run with transitive dependencies and whatnot. And then, yeah, I mentioned reachability a little bit. I'm interested to your perspective as well, if you know of anything in this area.
Well, I think you touched it all. You start with understanding kind of what are the risks that you should be aware of in code, right? So like you talked about like dependencies, obviously like this would be. I like to compare it to how a attacker thinks. So like dependencies would be one days. Like there's always an exploit known. It's like the low hanging fruit. It's much easier to attack. But then you have to understand like, okay, how is everything assembled? So understand the build time. And then obviously when you try to prioritize, so you have to get like this runtime context. Also, an example I like to give is, add a repository with like lots of Log4j examples that doesn't go anywhere. So like most security tools will ring like all the alarms and say, oh, you have to fix it. You just added a test repo. So like why should you like get all this noise? And again, like I think that like a very easy way to understand kind of the importance of context.
I agree. Or your Log4j is sitting in a directory that's not actually used for Log4j because some vendor copied it as a dependency down, but didn't use it within their tool in any way. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of that happens really now for sure.
Yeah. Cool. So kind of, we're getting to the last minutes of our conversation. We didn't talk at all about AI. So obviously AI is something that we go wake up every day to see kind of the latest news in that area. It will have a huge impact on software development and obviously for securing software as well. And there's huge potential and also AI helping us to fix some of the issues that we face. So I guess like the first one, wondering if you see it out there. So do you see like the potential for AI to help with kind of aggregating different information from different tools and giving us a better view of the risk itself?
Yeah. So I think that yes, AI will help, but anybody who comes to me with an aggregation of data problem, I often challenge them and say, is that data not there for you now? And if it isn't, shouldn't you make it better? And if it is there for you now, what's stopping you from building something now rather than waiting for AI to solve that problem later in some way? I think there's a lot of data out there. We've seen this with like the onset of CSPMs, the onset of ASPMs, where a lot of the data context is starting to be pulled together. All that data context exists within AWS, for instance, when we are there. So yeah, I kind of challenge the premise of don't wait for AI. Start to work your data. Start to work with, say, your ASPM vendor in the data that you don't have and ask for features. Like you probably don't know this about me, Ronan, but I am that feature guy to you. I am like, give me feature X, give me feature Y. I want more. I want more. So yeah.
I love that. Like that's what pushes our product forward. And to me, I encourage you to give us as much as you can. And I agree with you. I think like like AI is a great tool, but you need to know where and when to use it. Obviously, it also costs money. So like I think 80% of the cases, like we can build some logic around it already today, and you don't need to throw AI on it. I do think that it's really cool to use it in the more like advanced scenarios, like to understand complex scenarios or kind of complex stuff. I do see a success in it. Also, it's like in the recent models. So obviously, it's also changed a bit. But yeah, I think you're spot on that. Is there like something with AI that you see it as kind of helping us like drive better prioritization in the future or something like that?
I'll be honest with you. I think we're going to see a world in the next 3 years where your IDE has full runtime context and understands everything built and running in your environment. And that's going to be AI driven, right? Aggregating most of the context of the runtime itself. And I think what's going to happen is a lot of the AI code development tools that are out there are going to be really good at recommendations here over the next 2 to 3 years. And as they get really good at recommendations, they're going to get really good at security recommendations. And one would hope with that, they get really good at recommending the right thing, right? Like understanding your layered protections and then making recommendations to you within your IDE, not just be a plugin for your IDE that's kind of a false positive machine of things, but like say, I can see most of your runtime and I know this will be an issue in some way. So you should fix it right now, developer. I think that's coming. Like, I think that I am very optimistic for a world of that nature. The double-edged sword, what I'm really worried about in a world of that nature is that I think the more we let AI do for us, the less we understand about our complex environments. And my worry is that if you can't understand it yourself, you don't know whether AI is doing the right thing or the wrong thing and recommending to you. So,
yeah, it's a paradox. I agree with you. I think like that's a risk that we need to figure out how to crack. But I think like what you just described is just a matter of time. So like it's all that's left is to see how quickly it will come. Unfortunately, like we came to our time. So Nick, it was an incredibly insightful discussion on the power of context and prioritization in product security. Really, we can feel like your experience and perspective, and you highlighted things in a very simple and interesting way. Basically, we talked about the fact that finding vulnerabilities isn't the goal. The goal is to empower developers with the right information and the right time. This is what truly drives the great security outcomes. So thank you for participating in the panel and the session. And to our audience, thank you for tuning into this important session. I'll now hand it back to Karina. It will be taking us on to the next session. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you so much, Ronan and Nick. Next up, our speakers will be discussing the security risks associated with agentic coding tools and what this means for security teams. I'm delighted to hand you back over to Prasad, who will be introducing our next guest speakers. Prasad, the stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. I'm Prasad Raman, VP of Partnerships here at SciCode, and I'm excited to host our upcoming session on navigating the security risks of agentic coding tools. Many speakers at the event today have already addressed the rapid evolution of AI-powered agentic coding tools. It's an exciting technology that brings an unprecedented improvement in developer productivity, but it also introduces complex new threat vectors. To help us explore the unique security risks associated with this technology, I'm delighted to welcome two guests from our partner, Secure Code Warrior. We'll be joined by their Chief Product and Technology Officer, Patrick Collins, as well as their VP of Engineering, John Craney. Patrick, John, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Awesome. So let's dive straight in. From your perspectives in product management and engineering leadership roles, what are the most significant benefits and drawbacks you see with the increasing adoption of agentic coding tools?
I'll go first. I think in terms of benefits, most people would agree that there's a strong productivity gain you can get from. I mean, we first saw it when it came out with the first version of ChatGPT. I was straight on it and using that, and it assisted me quickly to kind of get back into programming again and have become fluent again, actually. But it really supercharged in the last 3 or 4 months as all of these agentic coding tools came out. So even as I talk to my own team, I can see productivity gains, seamless pair programming, more time to focus on features. But coming from a security background, what concerns me and what we see a lot, both in our data and in our customers, is that for average developers, you also, well, on the one hand, you 10x productivity, you also 10x the security risk, I think. There's a lot of undetected vulnerabilities coming in. There is a significant expansion of the attack surface. And there's a lot of data out there to support this, not just an opinion. I mean, if you were going to jump over to Backbench right now, which is a great kind of benchmarking website that, compares different LLMs against each other, just like right there on the homepage, it'll tell you that 60% of the code generated by even the best models are coming out with mistakes and vulnerabilities in them, which is no problem. I mean, developers create code with vulnerabilities all the time. But if we're assuming that this code is good to go and doesn't need to go through a pull request, then or a significant review after the pull request, then it's a challenge. And more experienced developers are going to find those issues immediately or prompt more securely as well. Anything you'd add to that, John?
From our internal use of agentic tools at SCW. We've seen quite a large productivity increase, but I think that there's a limit on that, which is the speed that developers can review the code produced by the LLMs, both for security and to make sure it's functional and performance. And at the moment, we probably get 2 to 3x productivity improvements in areas where we use agentic tools. And it's mostly because of that bottleneck of review. And that review process is still the main control that we have to make sure that we're not introducing insecure code into our environment. So any developer that commits code owns that code, whether it's been produced by an LLM or whether they wrote it themselves. So they have to get inside that code and understand it and be able to answer questions on it through the review process. I think it's going to be really interesting to see down the line, especially as we get more PR review tools, whether like AI PR review tools, whether that control is still effective, and whether that bottleneck will remain in place for reviews. I think that one of the challenges for us is just visibility of how much code is being produced across our code base by AI, and how much of it's making it through to prod. we have a lot of developers that are using in IDE tools. And with those tools, we can't really see like who wrote what code. There's some good Git-based tools coming out now, some cloud-based agentic tools that might solve that. But it remains a challenge that you can't tell exactly the authorship of individual pieces of code.
Yeah, on the point of visibility, and I'm not here to sell Secure Code Warrior software, but we at the moment are kind of Secure Code Warrior are known for and have got a past, have got a history in and people know us as a software development training company. But we over the last few years we've transitioned into developer risk. And the reason I raised that, or developer risk management. So how do we measure the developer risk? How do we manage the developer risk, and how do we mitigate that? We find most of the AppSec community focused on managing app risk, and we're trying to figure out how to manage developer risk. But on the point that John just raised of visibility of these models, we find consistently when we talk to AppSec teams and CISOs, they do really want to know how much of this code is being generated by AI versus being generated by humans. And they want to have controls and policies that help them to manage that. And just as a very simple example, I think that we should have the level of nuance already to decide which languages are acceptable to vibe code in. I know that sounds strange, but of course, Java, Python, C#, and JavaScript are going to be fine. There's tons and tons of training material on the internet. If you prompt securely and say, and make sure this code doesn't have any SQL injections, it's going to do a pretty good job. But what about PHP Laravel? Or let's go back in time even further and pull in some ABAP code or something like that. Now, those are languages where we probably want to have a company policy that there's insufficient training material on the internet to code securely in those environments. And in fact, we've done a study on that internally that John and I led, which showed exactly that for certain SQL injection, or for certain security categories, all of the LLMs can do just fine on SQL injection, because it's really just a bug. Like SQL injection is just a bug. It shouldn't even occur in the first place. And so the LLMs are fine at handling that. But for more rare privilege escalation type security issues, or not so much rare, but difficult to find because they're more business logic based, LLMs are not so great at that. Humans are not so great at that. Pen testers have to be included to try to find those kinds of vulnerabilities. And so the more esoteric the language that you're working with, the more you should be thinking about what kind of policy you should put in place to kind of control that.
I want to dig in on that a little bit. I think you mentioned some of the unique considerations that organizations need to take into account as these tools proliferate. The concept of secure coding is fairly well established and has been around for a while. As these new agentic coding tools come in and radically reshape what it means to be a development organization, to write software in a secure fashion, what are some of the new considerations that need to be top of mind for developers or engineering and product leaders to adapt to this new environment?
I think there's so many. It's all coming at us so fast, right? So there's I don't think we know everything yet. Like we're still grappling with MCPs. Like they've been out for a little while, but like they just kind of sprung on us in the last couple of months. There's quite a few new challenges emerging. So as I talk to CISOs in market right now, I can tell you that they want to be supportive and they're excited about the productivity benefits that this can bring, but they're super concerned about what we don't know. Of course, there's already a pretty well written up set of top 10 LLM vulnerabilities, thanks to the OWASP group for leading that chapter. But that only works for those people who are specifically building LLM models. So got people building LLM models or training them or working with them. You've got the top 10 LLM, train people on those. But for the rest of us, we've got to figure out how to work with these models separately. At Secure Code Warrior, we've built a ton of training around this topic for what I would describe as regular developers as opposed to the AI developers. And it's really basic stuff: how to prompt securely, how to handle hallucinations, the implications of code maintainability and over reliance on a tool and those kinds of things. So, I'd think about separate, bifurcating two different kinds of problem domains. Those who are working on AI, get them custom training around OWASP top 10. Those, regular developers. I just like, there shouldn't be a developer today who's writing code who isn't trained how to prompt securely. It's almost like, because we know like everyone's using it. And if they're not, you'd have to be asking why they're not using it, unless there's some kind of company. But we do have one company who have a company policy that they're not allowed to use Agentic or AI coding at all. One of our customers, and they're a really big customer as well. It kind of surprises me. It's a really interesting position to take, but all of our other customers, every single one of them without fail, have embraced AI and agentic coding, and they're all grappling with this issue, all of those issues that I just mentioned. So that's kind of probably on the security side. On the legal risk side, it's a brave new world. My IP leaking out, my PII leaking out into the model. Am I violating someone's copyright here if I generate an image and it looks like somebody else's? And then if I give that to a customer and they get sued, who indemnifies who? This is all going to get played out over the next couple of years. And these are all the things that my own legal team, our customers' legal teams, they're worried about this. John's smiling because we're literally negotiating contracts where this stuff is in play right now. So yeah, I'd say the security risks and the legal risks in those two different camps is where we're going to see all this play out. Yeah. John, would you?
I'd just add that the amount of code getting produced by agentic tools, like the fire hose of code that you can generate, like a junior dev can sit down and generate 3,000 lines of code in an hour, and then chuck that in a PR, it might be solid, but it might not. And there's a burden in reviewing that code and getting to the point where you're confident that you can ship it. Even though like we have a policy that we have to review all code thoroughly before it goes to prod, the sheer volume of it may mean for some companies that stuff gets to prod that they might not want to go to prod. The other thing I just highlight around the IP and PII risk, it's not always clear to a developer because of the way the agentic coding tools integrate with multiple LLMs on the back. There's multiple ways that you can get to a given LLM provider. So you might have a developer who's using Copilot and there's a license. They have a license for Copilot. Through Copilot, they have a license to use ChatGPT. They might install a third-party agentic tool like Rue or Klein, and they might put in their own personal ChatGPT AI API key and think that they have the same contractual protection against the code leaking out that the organization does. And it's a little bit complex. So it's something that companies really have to educate their developers about, so that they're protected from their code turning up in a training data set and being in the next version of the model.
John, you mentioned earlier the amount of code getting generated and the challenges of reviewing that. Do you see a world? I know you're very bullish on this. I wanted to ask you: do you see a world where generated code is going straight to prod without human review?
Not
obviously this year, but like
Yeah, I think there's some companies that are doing it already, right? Mostly small 1 or 2 person startups, coming out of incubators. That's the mode they're in, I think. The question is like, what does it make it to the enterprise and mid market? Do you have places where code goes straight to prod, and how much of that do you do? There's a lot of challenges with it, even just from things like SOC 2 compliance. You should, you want to be able to show that you've got make a check that you've got people reviewing the code. I think it'll change as the models get more capable. I think there needs to be there need to be controls in place. I don't know what those look like yet. I wouldn't be comfortable doing it with the state of the models and the tooling in place at the moment. But there's going to be a point where the speed of review is going to be the bottleneck for organizations shipping new features.
Yeah, I can't see a world. I can't see a world yet where code goes straight to prod. Certainly not in larger organizations. I agree with that assessment that like smaller companies, there's a lower risk profile, but larger companies, it's a little tricky. And I just imagine that that court case where it's like, so the defendant's being asked like, so you didn't think that a human should review that code before it was shipped out to customers? and I think that's when, quickly all humans are back in the loop of reviewing more code again. So we get back into the situation where as these tools get more and more productive, a developer has to just be incredibly competent at not just reviewing a mountain of code, but reviewing it for security reviews. And they're going to have so much more responsibility to handle that. And I've been thinking about how, what does that look like in the future? And I spoke to a very smart individual at AWS recently who they're building all of Amazon's Bedrock tooling and Amazon Q, this IDE that's competing with Cursor. And I think that the vision they have is really compelling, which is that as a developer, when I sit in my IDE, I have agents sitting alongside me who are specifically trained in different concerns. So I'll have a security agent. I'll have an agent for business logic and business review. I'll have an agent for UX and considerations around UX and multiple agents looking after multiple concerns, helping me to shape that code base towards production with the developer always in the pilot seat. But I'm trying to take care of some of those ancillary concerns to reduce that review workload that we were just talking about. And it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But I'm seeing it already start to play out as Cursor at the moment, handles just code generation. I can see a world where there's different models alongside Cursor or other tools like that to handle some of these other concerns as well.
I'd love to wrap up kind of with the final question, building on that of who does what. So, there are a lot of problems and risks we identified. There are a lot of people in the organization who, might share some responsibility for securing the company. But how do you see that responsibility for securing these AI-based coding environments being divvied up between developers, security teams, the legal team, lines of business, maybe the vendors that are in there providing these tools? Is there a model you envision, or what have you seen in your experience that has worked for companies today?
Do you want to have a shot at that, John?
At the moment, I think there's we've got something working for us in the existing model, which is there's a culture of ownership within engineering teams where the expectation is that if you submit a PR, you own the PR, you own the outcomes, you own the code, and you're expected to be able to stand behind it and defend it. I think that's going to help us.
We're in an engineering-led culture here, John. Where does that same pattern hold true over in a financial services company?
I think so. Yeah, I think that I think that most organizations, there's an expectation that if an engineer submits something, then they own it. Um, I'm hoping that won't shift, because I think that that's actually one of the key controls that we have against AI generated slop making its way into prod, is that sense of ownership from engineering teams. I think there's layers you can put on top for security review, etc. But I think the developer's always got to be the last line of defense. They need to make that judgment. They're the one who's closest to it through the process.
Yeah, and I would add by saying, at the moment, the tooling for the security team to oversee the AI usage at a developer level, it doesn't exist today, and guarantee it'll exist tomorrow. Well, because we're building some of it, but I do think that it's going to be an entire new category emerge of not only being able to govern and monitor LLM usage and code generation. I gave an example earlier of how that needs to be controlled at a per language level, because some languages you should just not be using AI coding with. That tooling doesn't exist, but when it does exist, yeah, I can see a world where the AppSec team are doing what they do today. They're monitoring LLM usage, they're monitoring prompt efficacy, and potentially managing that by either blocking or having conversations as they do today. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I feel like we're just getting started, but I think we're close to the end of our session. But Patrick, John, just wanted to thank both of you for the discussion and for sharing their expertise. I'm sure our audience gained a deeper understanding of the risks posed by the rise in agentic coding tools and how they can take advantage of the productivity benefits while keeping themselves protected. Lastly, thank you to our audience for tuning into this important conversation. I'll now hand it back to Karina, who will be taking us on to the next session. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our speakers from Secure Code Warrior and Prasad. There's no doubt that application security is at a major inflection point with the explosion in code and the emergence of AI within security tools. But some see AI as bringing risks and possibly even job insecurity. Will AI do my job for me, or will AI bring me more opportunities? I'm excited to hand you over to Jimmy, our field CTO, and two Blue Flame, AppSec, and DevSecOps thinkers to tackle these big questions. Jimmy, over to you.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Jimmy Xu, Field CTO at SciCode, and I'll be your host for this next session. I'm very excited about this session because it's 2025, and everybody talks about AI, right? AI is sprinkling in pretty much most of the conversations. But this session is going to be dedicated to AI. So if you think about AI, I think AI is top topic, this is the session for you. So the application security landscape is facing a significant another inflection point. With explosion code, the ever-present pressure to ship faster, and chronic shortage of security professionals, many are looking to AI as a potential game changer. But some sees AI as bringing risk and job security to the organization, right? There has been mixed opinions around how AI and Gen AI will shape AppSec. Will AI make my job obsolete, or are there bigger opportunities here? To delve into this fantastic and transformative future, I'm delighted to welcome Anshuman, AppSec tech lead at Lyft, and well-known DevOps and DevSecOps mate, my ex-coworker, trainer, author, Mark Hornbeek, to the event. Anshuman and Mark, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, well, before we dive in, I'd love you to introduce yourself to the audience. Anshuman, why don't you go first?
Yeah, sure thing. So, hi everybody, I'm Anshuman. I've been in the information security, cybersecurity space for about 15, 16 years now. Pretty much all of my career, I've been an AppSec practitioner. I worked at big enterprises like Atlassian, Intuit, EMC. I've also worked in a few healthcare startups. And for the past 2.5 years or so, and the AppSec year at left, um, I have been playing with AI and LLMs for the past 6 to 8 months or so. And yeah, I'm really excited about the future, and I'm excited about the conversations we're going to have here today.
Okay, I'm Mark Hornbeek. I'm famously known, I guess, as DevOps the Gray. I claim I've been doing DevOps for 50 years, believe it or not, long before it was called DevOps, which really just means I've been involved in automation of the whole life cycle aspects of things, and most recently become an enthusiast around AI and Gen AI in particular. I've been using extensively for 5 years, and the application of AI in the security space particularly interesting. Unfortunately, I've been involved in too many automation projects that displaced people, but I think there's an opportunity with AI to be an application of it that adds value and doesn't just displace people. So I'm really excited to be part of this, and I particularly appreciate, Jimmy, you being supportive of my new book and writing the foreword for that book. Looking forward to working with you guys at Black Hat as well.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, as you know, both have not only have a very optimistic have an outlook about AI, they both are practicing and literally dive in. Right, Anshuman very deep into AppSec, LLM, where Mark is automation, app security, DevOps. It's really, I think it's really a fantastic balanced view from both perspectives. So let's dive in. Let's get the most interesting question out of the way. What is the biggest myth you hear about AI in security, and how do you respond to it? Mark, why don't you go first?
Okay, so fundamentally, AI seems to be a solution for all problems. In reality, there's still a need for the human element, and so I just like when DevOps was introduced, everybody thought, "Oh, you don't need ops anymore because there's ops in the word." Well, that was never true, and certainly it's true that you still need the human element involved. But AI definitely helps make some of the things more feasible and more effective.
Yeah, I think the biggest myth, obviously, I think you already spoke about it earlier, is that AI is going to replace our jobs. AI is going to replace human beings. I don't think that's true at all, at least not in the next decade or two. I think people or folks are generally skeptical about this because maybe they haven't played with AI, or they haven't seen how AI can actually help scale themselves or make them more efficient. So I think that's a big myth. I still see people kind of being afraid of trying out new technologies, and I think there is a genuine need for folks to actually go and play with this stuff to have informed opinions.
Thank you. Well, to the audience, clearly both are very optimistic about AI, right? If your questions, doubts, and I will actually challenge both of the panelists in the future questions to see how to respond to the skepticism. So keep listening. You'll hopefully hear more about the aspect of how do we address the potential drawbacks. Okay, so what are the most unsustainable aspect of AppSec today? Driving the need for AI, since you both are pro AI. So, Anshuman, why don't you go first?
Yeah, for sure thing. So I think generally AppSec and product security teams are under-resourced. Every company I've worked at, the ratio of a security engineer to a developer is out of whack. It's like 1 to, I don't know. And so I think coverage, visibility, quantifying the risk reduction. These are things that are generally very difficult to get to with a small team, right? Just because AppSec for the most part is a very manual intensive sort of a program, right? You do threat modeling, you do design reviews, code reviews. These are things that require humans' attention, humans' reasoning capabilities, so on and so forth, right? And a human being can only go so far. I can only do so many design reviews in a day. And what this means is, in this new era where AI generated code is going to increase significantly, I am still going to be the same. My mental bandwidth is going to increase at the same pace. So what this eventually means is things are going to fall through the cracks because I just don't have the bandwidth to cover and sort of bring that visibility in. So I think these are areas that are going to be unsustainable, especially with AI generated code and whatnot. And I think the approach of how to solve these problems need to be changed.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously it is it's a velocity and the scale, right? The president just have to leverage some extra help in order to scale keep up. And that topic actually aligned with where I turned to you, Mark, right? Because you and I, in the previous life, you were leading DevOps, I'm leading DevSecOps. And the early days is when you do manual work for AppSec was one of the reasons why the shift left automation couldn't scale. There's a problem. So what's your thought, Mark, around this topic?
Well, first of all, I would agree. I think the point that Ansman made was probably the number one. It's just the the difference between available resources and needed resources is a lot. But I think part of that also is just the number of tools involved. If you take let's say a DevOps tool chain, and then even without security, but even when you add in security, you're often talking about 20 to 35 tools, right? By the time you've added in all the tools for security. And then on top of that, you've got security and operations and more tools. And if they're not consistent with each other, then developers and the users of these tools have to be familiar with way too many tools. And that's just not sustainable. I think that has given rise to the recent, interest in what's called platform engineering, to try to make a common portal to all the tools and obfuscate the need for engineers to know all the different tools. But that's part of the answer. I think more capable tools in general is also part of the answer. And tying out together with AI is definitely going to be part of the answer. But the current situation is just adding more and more tools is not sustainable.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely right. Platform engineering is something I did that we don't talk enough about. I did personally think the right correlation platform engineering as another evolution and ties closely to applicant security and obviously overall AI. All right, back to you, Ashman. Since you're talking about the scale, there's so many, but I think you talked about previously, maybe your post or somewhere, and talk about infinite resources. Right, with AI, and we talk about we don't have enough time to do everything, right? So, and you talk about you have been playing with LLM, so and AI agents. Elaborate on how experience dealing with LLM AI agents could potentially change, alter AppSec.
Yeah. So when ChatGPT came about, I think this is back in 2022, I believe. I started playing with it, right, and I realized that I was able to have ChatGPT generate code for me that otherwise would have taken me days, months. And this was a problem because security engineers, like most of them, they don't have the traditional engineering background. I do. So even I had my undergraduate and master's degree in computer science. I've built software in the past, but security is a field that you don't generally write code on a daily basis, right? So you tend to lose touch of how to write software, how to build software. So when ChatGPT came about, I was able to do things at a pretty fast pace, and that's when I realized, right, like if I know exactly what I want to build and I know the process, and if I can write a good prompt explaining how to go about it, I can have these AI models build that for me, right? So that was the triggering point in me where I'm like, look, I have really struggled to build things in the past, and that's mostly because A, I don't understand the nuances of how software gets built, and then B, I just don't have the bandwidth to go and spend hours on something like this. But I do understand the problem. I do understand the potential like solutions as well. So if I'm able to synthesize all of this and give it as a prompt with the right context, maybe with a few examples, you can have AI models build things for you really quick. And this is way back in 2022. We are in 2025 now, and I've seen that models have improved so much, especially the models with reasoning capabilities. Like if you look at OpenAI, AI's model O1, O3, these models have reasoning capabilities that are actually that could be smarter than human beings, and they have all the worldly knowledge, right? So I think it's more about how do you leverage these capabilities of these models effectively, and how do you make sure bring in determinism? And the way you do that is by giving examples, by giving the right context, by having good prompt where you basically are try to reduce hallucinations as much as I can, because that's the biggest problem is the output from these models. They look like they know exactly what they're doing, confident, but that's not often the case. And I think that's where, if you're an expert in a niche area, knowing what you want from these models, it becomes really important.
So I'm hearing that if you're hiring again for AppSec engineers, prompt engineering might be one of the job description items then.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, prompt engineering is going to be a very important skill to have for any engineer, not just security engineers.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And Mark, obviously, very excited about your new book. Obviously, it's about called Intelligent Continuous Security. I'm not going to spoil the book, but in that book, you mentioned about going beyond traditional AppSec to prepare for an AI-driven future. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, it's all about, how capitalized is the I in intelligent, because, a couple of years ago, the tools were good, but they needed a lot of checking even at the microflow level of work. And then they got a little more reliable, a little more confident in the output, and you didn't need to check quite as much. But you still need to do a lot of checking more at the macro flow level, where you got to produce a whole product or something. And it's the intelligence is going up. And now what I'm finding anyway is that you can trust AI to do a lot of strategic level work, right? Research, and even suggest programs of action, and trying to help strategize what a pipeline should include, and how to tie together production and the dev side of security. In the book, actually, I do talk about how you can transform from a current security posture to what I call a more integrated, intelligent, continuous security, where you've got more consistency, collaboration, and intelligence across the whole life cycle. So yeah, that's what it's all about. It's trying to build a real end-to-end capability that's truly taking advantage of AI, not only at the minutia of tasks, but all the way up to the strategic level. I'm beginning to worry that the roles for people like me are getting less and less. I know I've done a couple of projects a couple of years ago. It took about a year to do the work, not full time, but over the same work now, like 4 months max for the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have to evolve. Thank you. I like also you mentioned, and more on that later, around, the carbon car gain life cycle. I think allowing bring SecOps to the table and production. And I think talk about, you mentioned product security. We have a separate, set talking about deep into the role of product security getting broader, because product security is way broader than just AppSec. So we'll talk about that in a second. But all right, let's dive to the most interesting question. So if you are a naysayer on AI, this question is for you. So skepticism around AI advancements, right? So with the time purposes, we'll just list out some specific, objections, right? Questions around AI for AppSec, right? You name it. Quality of AI generated code from your remediation, maturity of AI agents, the smoke and mirrors, or is MCP the end-all be-all solution? What's your take on this, Benjamin?
Yeah. Look, the current state of affairs is obviously, where these technologies are still evolving. Like there's no MCP authentication authorization is still something that people are debating. I think there's a spec now. So I think what is really important amongst all of these discussions is to not stifle the progress of some of these technologies just because it isn't matured yet. I think there are two ways to look up to consider this particular scenario, right? Is how optimistic are you really, right? Like in the kind of problems these technologies help you solve. Like if we consider MCP specifically, right? the fact that you can bring context from different external or internal services and make it all available right where you're operating, whether it is an IDE or it's an app, that is that has been the most difficult problem in the security space, especially AppSec. I can give an example, right? So let's say I'm an AppSec engineer. I receive a vulnerability report from a researcher, right? Now I'm supposed to triage that report, and it's a true positive or not. Oftentimes, this process involves me going and interacting with different systems. Let's say Jira, Confluence, Codebase, right? So there's a bunch of different systems, right? And I, as an AppSec engineer, I have to literally go to these different services. I go to Jira, I look at the ticket, I go to the code repository, I try to understand the code. These things takes time. I end up spending, let's say, 15 to 20 minutes just triaging a vulnerability when I'm not really triaging. I'm just trying to bring the context in, right? Once I bring the context in is when the actual triaging starts to happen, right? So with MCP, that space is evolving. Now I don't need to worry about, okay, how can I bring the context? It's all there. I can just ask the MCP client, right, saying that, look, I want to triage this vulnerability. I want the information from all of these different resources. And the client is smart enough because it uses LLMs. It is able to reason through my intent or my request, and it's able to grab the right context from all of these different resources. So the time to triage has now significantly reduced from, let's say, 15 minutes to a single minute, right? So when I consider sort of these efficiency gains and sort of productivity gains, I you know, as a security industry, we should think about, okay, how can we make sure these technologies are secure, because these technologies are actually valuable, right? And the same concept applies to RAGs or reasoning models and whatnot. So I think the skepticism and people who are kind of afraid of adopting, their concerns are valid, but I think they also need to consider, okay, how can we as an industry try to solve this problem and not just oppose it all the time.
Thank you. Yeah, as a fellow practitioner, I know exactly what you mean. It's the context, right? Because the triage, remediation, well, if you spend time triaging, getting context, when are you going to ever remediate? And if you can't remediate, that's why the backlog gets higher and higher. So it can be against it, but okay, so what's the solution? Letting backlog add. So obviously it's great perspective. Mark, what do you think?
Well, I absolutely agree with the skepticism, deservedly so. At the same time, the smoke is clearing, if you like, and it seems like every time it clears a little bit, there's some new smoke because things keep evolving. I used to say that the half-life of engineering knowledge is 5 years. Now it's more like 3 months because of AI. You have to keep up to date, because what wasn't true 3 months ago is suddenly true. So definitely, I've seen myself many examples of reality. But I also have a healthy level of skepticism, so I often look for independent researchers that really, stake their reputations on these things. There's a guy, Alan Willey at Stanford, that spent a lot of time researching. He's published some cool papers. Some examples like Netflix, Spotify, and that where he's shown, the prediction accuracy, the efficiency gains, the cost reductions are very real, and they're startling. They're not a few percent. They're in the 50% plus zone over the past 3 years. And my own experience is things are evolving so quickly that it's healthy skepticism, but it's amazing what you can get done with AI and the realm of security. I think it gives us a whole new capability that we didn't have before. So I'm very bullish on it.
Okay, so you guys are both very bullish. So hopefully that bullish, and I personally, I think I'm moving toward that as well. So for the audience, if you are still kind of on the fence, the takeaways, hopefully after this session, embrace it, maybe get a shot. But I cannot let you guys easy off like that. So let's kick up a notch. I think most of the optimal use case around here, whenever replacing humans, right, and context analysis, triaging, I think those are okay, right? I mean, let's make it more difficult, right? What about think of this beyond just AI remediation? Can AI, not today, maybe future, be trusted to make security decisions autonomously in production environments? Mark, what do you think?
Up to a point, yes, but not completely. It's still at a point where you want to trust but verify. I know that, again, the level of verification seems to be being lighter than it was because there were so many hallucinations and other concerns with the output. But it's getting better and better. So I definitely tend towards trusting the output more than not these days, but definitely check, especially at the macro workflow level. Micro workflow level is getting more and more trustworthy, where if you're just looking at the lines of code or something, unless there's something complex, you can pretty much trust it. But if you're looking at the macro decisions that are going to affect, major decisions, then you want to double check, make sure you trust what it's coming out with. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Angela.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends the problems that you're trying to solve, right? So to give some context, so let's say you have a mission critical application that deals with customer sensitive data, right? I would absolutely not be comfortable letting AI make autonomous decisions. There absolutely has to be a human in the loop element to it, right? Now, having said that, I think for non-mission critical systems, right? Let's say it's an internal application and you're trying to automate something, right? I think it's okay to let AI make autonomous decisions on those systems and actually learn from it. So the way I think about it, it's going to be an iterative process, right? You try automating systems with basically having AI make autonomous decisions on systems that are not that important, and you learn from those mistakes. You learn what works, what does not work, what are the evals you need to have, what are the benchmarks you need to have, what models work, because not all models are going to work for all use cases, right? So those are the learnings I believe you can have from systems that are not mission critical, and then you can apply those learnings on production systems that deal with customer data. So that's the approach I tend to generally take. Is you start with really small use cases. You try to make those use cases work really well, consistent, reliable, and then you learn from them, and then you apply those learnings in other kind of use cases.
Thank you. And obviously both of you have similar views in this case, right? I mean, yeah, we don't buy any trust, right? But also, start small. And actually, I remember that a lot of my friends, colleagues, right, the ones who are leading actual enterprise Gen AI in general, even for Gen AI adoption starts small, figure out use cases is also there's definitely similarity, right? Broaderly Gen AI and specifically for AppSec. So very interesting. And we are at time, and hopefully today will be a good session for you all. So, Anshin and Mark, thank you very much. Really enjoyed the discussion. Hope the audience as well. Thank you, audience, for joining this crucial conversation. I'll now hand it back to Karina, who will be taking us to the next session. Stay tuned. Thank you, Ashman and Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Mark.
Now, our next discussion will delve into the critical need to connect all aspects of our security posture and how to address the complexities of the software supply chain. Jimmy is your host again for this next session, so over to you.
Welcome back, everyone. It's great to see you again. For those who missed my earlier sessions, I'm Jimmy Xu, Field CTO at Psycho. I'll be your host for this next session. So today we're going to talk about a very important topic. To effectively manage risk in today's complex software environment, which basically runs our world from business to critical infrastructure and all of our AIs, we need to fundamentally understand what constitutes a modern application and how that understanding shapes our approach to security. We then need to broaden our perspective beyond traditional application security to encompass the entire software product ecosystem. And to help us navigate these critical definition approaches, I'm delighted to welcome Matt Rose from WBT, a leading voice in cybersecurity strategy solutions. Matt, I know you for a while now. Very excited to be here with you. Matt, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate the invite.
Matt, so why don't you introduce yourself a little bit?
Sure. Matt Rose, official title is Global Application Security Architect at Worldwide Technology, or more commonly referred to as WWT. Been in the AppSec industry a long time now, pushing 20 plus years. Seen a lot of change, see a lot of, I don't know, just movement in the industry based on the way software is being developed is constantly changing. Had pretty much every role from a SE to a SE director to a field CISO and field CTO myself multiple times, and just love talking about AppSec and best practices, and hopefully you'll pull some nuggets of interest out of this presentation today.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I'm personally very excited, right? It's going to be a very practitioner-driven conversation. For the audience, might be, dressed in disguise today, but he's also known as the glass guy, a glass board guy. If you remember Matt, I remember Matt's talking about ASPM, 2 years ago? So it's definitely a lot changed.
The history of the glass board, Jimmy, was I used to do solution architecture sessions with markers on a board, and then we had that small pandemic a little while ago, and I had to get creative, and the Glassboard series were born.
Yeah, so it's great to have Matt back. Okay, so let's get to it. So to set the stage, right, obviously we talk about the evolution of the application, security, application development. I remember it's been, 25 years, right? I think 2003 is the first time there's around OWASP, SaaS DaaS in the world, right? In traditional on-prem, we have very monolithic applications, right? OWASP founded about 20 some years. And then you fast forward, right? There's the DevOps, DevSecOps, and then you have cloud native, and you have AI. So a lot have changed in the software development in the last 20 some years. When that changes, the definition of application should change as well, right? From monolithic to service-oriented, right? Microservices, deployment cloud, everything is all components application. So just in 2025, Mac, what do you think is the definition of an application?
No, it's a question I ask when I present or have any type of discussions with clients. Is I like them to define the application for me, what an application is, and I like to be as simplistic as possible to start. Is Amazon.com one application or 1,000 applications all interconnected on the back end? The concept of just writing some code, getting some dependencies, some open source packages, and creating a binary to deploy to an app, a web app server or something like that, it's not the case anymore, because you have that interconnected nature of APIs calling other systems for functionality, for data. And hey, those systems call other systems through APIs. So when you're talking about application security, you're thinking about this mind map of an ecosystem of interconnected systems that are all working in concert to provide the functionality. And you mentioned the monolithic apps in the past. Well, okay, that was one monolithic app. It ran by itself. It had one database typically. Now you're potentially accessing information from all over the place that you don't know what the security posture is of those things in any way, shape, and form. You're just assuming they're doing the right things as well, which is a huge problem, because if you're just looking at the binary for application security risk, you're missing a major part of the potential risk landscape.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, so I often always say that, it cannot just look at the application anymore. It's ecosystem around it, right? So it gets a lot more complex as a definition. So given that shift and expansion of attack surface or anything else, how should organizations be viewing application security in order to effectively identify, drive down risk, given that the definition has significantly changed of what constitutes application?
Yeah, the biggest thing is application security scanners or tooling have evolved to support the new ecosystem of an application. You're talking about first-party code, second-party code, third-party code. You're thinking about the interactions of all of those aspects, including scanning the source code, scanning the open source packages, scanning the application at runtime, scanning it in a test environment. The problem is, historically, a lot of organizations have kept those things in buckets. So we've changed the way we develop software. So now all of a sudden we're adding all these additional scanners. And I like to call them the YASTs of the world. And there's a new acronym for you, yet another security tool, because you need to support source code scanning and runtime scanning and open source and all the other permutations out there. The problem is, historically, all those vulnerabilities were kept siloed in their own, kind of mountain of youth, not of youth, but of specific vulnerability nature. So in the modern world, how do you compare the results or the vulnerabilities and the ranking of the vulnerabilities in source code compared to runtime? Everybody wants to work faster and are not looking really to be overwhelmed by a tsunami of vulnerabilities. How do I find that high fidelity vulnerability in all the results of all these new scanners? And that's the challenge. And one of the things with the what is an application, it's that talk track to say, let's break down these silos and look at risk holistically across everything and only work on the high priority issues that are cross-pollinated across all these scanners first, instead of trying to say, hey, I'm just going to work on the source code type vulnerabilities or the runtime type vulnerabilities. That's an exercise of futility in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I can remember, I could see, one of the things, personally, I've done a lot of DevSecOps work, right? One of the things that DevSecOps kind of break down, people call it the shift left, is dead or is not working well, is because I think it's equally related to what you're talking about, which is as the complexity of application, gets more complex, you need, for lack of a better term, you need more tools and more scanners. It's not because you need more tools. It's just because you got to look at different layers, right? Even the APIs of the becomes kind of adjacent, so it's cloud security. But when you think about having all of these extras added in, yet another security tool, yet another one to integrate, automate the pipeline, produce a lot more Jira tickets, it creates that noise as you're talking about, right? And then we talked about, as you mentioned, that because of that, in order to kind of get us back on track to be holistic and comprehensive, we need a more of a unified approach and unify all of these kind of silo findings, right, to something that's actionable. That's prioritize that. That's what you're saying, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So with that, and how do you see an ASPM provides that unified and a comprehensive view of risk across that landscape with all these scanners, all these different layers of risks that now surface from various different siloed tools?
Yeah, and I mean, when you say ASPM, and this is something I've talked about a lot, is really I see there's like three disciplines of ASPM. There's the correlation ASPM that's just ingesting the data from the scanners and maybe the cloud infrastructure or the IAC or those type of things. There's the ASPM++, which is that same correlation type engine in addition to native scanners to either augment or replace existing scanners. So again, the native scanners for SAST or SCA are now part of that ASPM solution. And then the third is that visualization kind of automation of threat modeling, where you're ingesting the code to create a visualization, a mind map of the services and how they interconnect. The biggest thing that the ASPM that I think is the best and the most effective, they all have great use cases. And if you're more of a RBVM type of use case, then the correlation type ASPM would be great. Or if you're looking to automate your threat modeling, that would be more the dynamic ASPM that I'm talking about, where I mentioned. But that ASPM Plus or ASPM Plus, the ability to pull in all that data, create policy around the data, assign tasks around that data, and do that cross-pollination, that cross-correlation from your multiple star AST scanners is much more effective. And then kind of the special sprinkles on top of the sundae are those native scanners, because I really feel that every organization should have every application security tool. They should have every SaaS scanner, every DAS scanner, every SCA scanner. But practically, that doesn't work. You don't have enough budget. You don't have enough time. You don't have enough resources to basically have everything. So work smarter, not busier, and trying to manage multiple systems or multiple dashboards to find that high fidelity result, because it's kind of a misunderstood concept that most of the application security specific breaches are not a silver bullet. I did A and B happened. It's a bunch of actions or a bunch of vulnerabilities tied together in a formulated attack. If you're only looking for vulnerabilities in one silo of risk, you're only going to find it there. So being cross organizational, cross scanner, whatever you want to call it, is the best way, because attacks are multifaceted. Your approach to application security has to be multifaceted.
Thank you. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree, right? Thanks for the very broad agnostic approach to different flavors of ASPM. But I think the takeaway, regardless of which kind, even though thank you for expressing that, advantage, disadvantage of each, is the, to a point of the cross view, right? The ability to be open, because to a point, you can't look at everything. You can't look at one thing, one different area at a time. You got to correlate them. look at the entire application profile, security profile, holistically to identify unified risks, right? You also mentioned about, you touched on threat modeling, and it just makes me thinking, right? Since we're talking about, there's enough talking about shift left, shift right, all that is broaden, looking at beyond just doing development and doing deployment. I think that threat modeling, along with others, although a very old concept in security architecture, is getting increasingly more important as we shift to the design phase. And there's also been a lot of discussion around product security and a lot more roles, product security roles, right? You see a lot of product security hiring job openings and the titles, which I know that at Cycle we just had a product security all-star events. So when you see product security, right, as many think that it's a more mature evolution of application security, look at the entire product ecosystem. Not just during development, the deployment, or even at the design, at the end, during maintenance, operational phase. What's your view? Can you elaborate on this? And what's your view on the holistic, comprehensive nature of product security versus app security?
I think it's a great move by the industry as a whole. The reason being is, think about it this way. Application security was responsible for actually assembling of the application, or let's say it's a vehicle, and then somebody else is responsible for test driving it. Somebody else is responsible for selling it. Somebody else is responsible for the maintenance on it. When you're actually doing that, you're actually just hoping somebody else does the right thing. So in the application security world, you'd build the application, test the application with all those star AST tools, give it a thumbs up, deploy it, and then it was somebody else's responsibility to put that into a data center or put that into a cloud infrastructure, maybe multi-cloud environment. With the product security, now you're responsible for all the aspects and care and feeding of that application, which I think is a much better approach, because typically one of the biggest ways that application, or most common ways applications are breached, is identifying the unknown or miscommunication of a configuration or a setting or a deployment model. So when there's one person or one team that is responsible for all those things with subject matter experts underneath them, now you have that clear and concise understanding. I always go back to the fact that even on the app side, apps evolve over time. They're not written from scratch every day. They're Frankenstein's monsters. They've been updated with branches and feature releases and bug releases and major overhauls, all those type of things. It's very rare that you find one person that understands the complete architecture, because the thing is constantly evolving. The application is constantly changing. And I think that's a problem, because the unknown, if you don't know where to look for something, you're never going to find it. And that's where product security comes in and does a better job at that, to understanding the cradle to grave aspect of the application and the consistent improvement and changes associated with said application. And think about it, there's an application portfolio that's sometimes thousands of applications. It's almost an exercise in futility to think that just application security can handle the risk identification or remediation by being separate from the conversation from, say, the cloud team.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we have I've seen a lot of these silos, right? And I think one of these things is that, as we talk about the ASPM kind of thing, from a technology perspective, unifies kind of the silos, right? The different cross teams. Product security is probably, from a people and organization perspective, unifies the team, right? Looking at the application. You say there's a strong correlation between product security and ASPM?
Absolutely. It's the same concept in a different definition, I would say. So product security is going across all the aspects, and ASPM is, again, going across all the different data points and policies and procedures for managing those things.
Yep.
So, okay.
Yep. So I think everybody kind of sees what we're talking about, how wise view to view in modern application as a unification of many different styles of layers, right? In order to look at managing effectively the application risk, layer on top of a product security organization that sits on top of that to manage the end-to-end application profile. One thing I want to also talk about, right, is we'll call the hidden layer, which is embedded into what we discussed, but to call out specifically around soft supply chain. So, way past the SolarWinds, the Log4j, and all that, right? Let's talk about 2.5 months ago, TJ Actions. right? The GitHub Actions workflow as one of the most recent soft supply chain related incidents or breaches or potential breaches. How does that soft supply chain fit into the discussion that unified application security? Why it's important, being part of this whole unified ASPM discussion?
Well, I think it's hugely important, and I've been very passionate about this. It's one of my kind of topics I'm very interested in from this aspect. Thinking about what you just mentioned, SolarWinds, 3CX, CodeCop, all of these were supply chain attacks in one way, shape, and form. The thing that was unique about them was they're all novel when they happened. They were not identified and they were net new. For some reason, the industry analysts just kind of anointed software composition analysis, or SCA, as software supply chain security, because modern applications, depending on what article you read, are 60 to 90% open source, and you just basically have the inheritance and the supply chain and the software bill of materials of the open source packages, you're good. But guess what? Those three attacks, SolarWinds or 3CX or CodeCop, were all about malware. And that's the difference thing that you have to think about is, what's the difference between malware and a vulnerability? A vulnerability is something that functionally works as is expected, but does some extraneous things you weren't anticipating. And it's the responsibility of the application security professionals, or as we just mentioned, the product security professionals, to find those things and remediate them. Malware is just a bad dude. It was created for bad. It was never meant for good. But the ways that it can be actually introduced into your environment, whether it's at build time, whether it's through stealing of credentials, whether it's an issue with signing of the package, there's many different ways this can happen. So I always like to say that software supply chain security is like the concept of a final exam. You've done all your homework testing at every step of the process of building the application. Verify that deployable object, whatever it is, that it is copacetic. And it's not going to be screaming malware, 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 because most of these attacks are novel and new. Look for the fingerprints, the DNA trail of what malware tries to do to actually execute itself. That's the biggest way to find it, and have a final exam of the package to say, hey, is this copacetic? Does this look like it is something that we did in this small feature release? Why were 1,000 files changed when it was only supposed to be a small feature release? Those are the litmus test, or the kind of sniff test, as I like to say, to see if this thing is potentially compromised. I mean, organizations have even gone down the concept of like the digital twins having two build pipelines and then comparing the result. And if there's something off, something has changed in one of those build pipelines. That's more of a graduate level course, but it's still an effective way to see if something potentially went sideways in that whole supply chain build process. Thoughts?
Well, you're nail on the head, right? And I really like the fact that you talked about, which a lot of my customer conversations recently, I find that a lot of times in terms of soft supply chain security conversations have to educate that soft supply chain security does not equal to SCA. And like you mentioned in the beginning, it's not, right? And I think that's the takeaway for the audience. And I think it's also the fact that even just, your example of looking at the malware behavior, I mean, that's actually what have caught, right? What was detected, the TJ actions, looking at the behavior of the execution of the supply chain artifact. So absolutely, right. And I also recently talked, I wrote a blog about this. There's actually last month, there's security researchers looking at attackers actually had automating the creation of malwares in NPM, creating accounts and emails and automating a lot of those things. So to make sure the audience takeaway is that it's beyond just scanning your open source libraries, as far as soft supply chain is concerned. Now, let's talk about something practical, right? Knowing all that, the change of the landscape, right? We talked about supply chain. We talked about why you look at application in a unified view, that the definition of application has expanded. For somebody who's looking to approach this, right, and looking to break down these silos, addressing the problem that we talked about on this call, on this webinar, what are some of the initial steps, considerations they should prioritize? Let's see it. I'm inspired by, Matt, right? Jimmy, I'm going to do this tomorrow. Where should they start?
I think the best way to start, and this is really, really simplistic, is people are moving 1,000 miles an hour. When it's appropriate, use AI to help you through that process of analyzing tons of data. There's a lot of great features out there in terms of auto assisted code remediation, those type of things, understanding and quantifying results. But the first thing you have to do is take an inventory. A lot of times people don't know what they have. They've integrated automated application security technologies maybe 3 to 5 years ago and they just work. Well, maybe they worked 3 to 5 years ago and gave you the right results. The problem is policies change, risks have changed, and make sure that you're up to date with the security risk policies and your threat appetite, if you will, or your risk appetite is real world. Because a lot of times people just turn things on, set it and forget it, and then they're still getting vulnerabilities. The scans are still completing whatever technology that is. Do a real overview of the process and update those policies, I suggest, in a quarterly basis. And one of the great things I think about ASPM platforms is those policies can be pushed down to the individual star AST solutions, but you can set global policy much easier across all solutions, vulnerabilities that were identified in a much easier way with an ASPM solution. So I think the caveat and the takeaway, I have a lot more things to talk about, but it's a lot longer than we have for this session. But I think that quarterly update of the policies for the things you care about most, when I say care about, the things you're most concerned about is probably a better way to put it, to actually make a more effective policy and make that path to remediation more effective.
Great. Yeah, I totally agree. That reminds me of adjacent space that when I was a practitioner on your seat, API security, inventory or API, same thing, inventory applications, repositories, and then you can really tweak your policies to a point. Great tips.
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't know what to look for, you won't find it. It's my favorite saying.
Yeah. So let's close this off with, everybody wants to hear about predictions, right? So given there's a lot happening, right? With supply chain, ASPM, and then there's product security, right? And looking ahead, what are some of the key trends and predictions, advancements you anticipate? In the I call it think in terms of either, right, convergence of ASPM or broadly speaking, the convergence or broadening of application security, right? What are some of those, in the next 3 to 5 years? What do you think?
There's going to be emerging in the space of AI security and application security. Reason being is I'm going to let everybody into this major secret. AI systems are actually software in themselves. They're actually applications. We've put them on this pedestal as this living being thinking platform. Hey, it's still written in software. It's still written in code. It's still deployed in kind of the same way. Yeah, there's some different aspects of it, but I see that convergence of application security and AI security being something that's going to happen sooner rather than later, because again, the scanning of those systems that actually create the AI is the same thing as your shop cart, your banking app, your insurance app. And having all that data in the same place, I think, is a very, very effective way, because we don't want to push something out there and have another concept that we have to deal with, manage, set policy. I just see it. And maybe, based on that product security discussion, maybe product security would then be inclusive of AI security, and not only the usage of AI systems, but the security of the AI systems themselves.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, it's a great comments, right? What is an application nowadays, right? And even all of everyone stuff. So obviously, I think takeaway is that it's securing AI is just like securing application, right? So obviously there's all of innovation happening in AI for security, but let's not forget the importance of security for AI. Matt, It's been great, truly insightful discussion on this topic, leading to break down risk silos and embrace a unified approach to ASPM supply chain security. It's always a pleasure talking to you and hear your point of view. And with that, we'll see you next time.
Thank you for having me, Jimmy.
Thank you so much, Matt and Jimmy, for that excellent discussion. Now, for our closing keynote, we have a truly invaluable perspective from the highest level of security leadership. I'm delighted to hand you over to Amir, who will be hosting Brian Rust, Deputy CISO and Product and Application Security Leader at WorldPay.
Hey everyone, it's great to see you again. I'm delighted to welcome you to our final closing keynote of the day, a CISO's view on the future of product security. My name is Amir Kazemi. I'm the Director of Product Marketing, and I'll be your host for this discussion. To help me look into the crystal ball at what's coming into the future of product security as the world of product and software development evolves, I'm really pleased to welcome Brian Rust, who's the Deputy CISO of WorldPay, to our virtual stage. If you don't mind, Brian, why don't you go ahead and give us a quick introduction for the audience?
Hey, everybody. My name's Brian Rust. I'm Deputy CISO, as Amir said, of Product and Application Security at WorldPay. So I've got a fairly wide remit, but essentially I'm responsible for the commercial product security for WorldPay, not only from an AppSec perspective, but product security is response, vulnerability management, our assessments team from pen testing and internal external views.
Awesome. It's great to have you, Brian. So I wanted to start with the fundamentals here. From your perspective as Deputy CISO, how would you define the relationship and key distinctions between traditional application security and the emerging field of product security?
Yeah. So when I think of application security, I think about things that traditionally focus on the software side of it, of the vulnerabilities in the code itself. It's almost transactional in nature, right? You do a scan, whether it's done a static or dynamic scan, or you have a team that goes out and does some penetration testing or looking at configuration management, and then there's a result, right? It's a whack-a-mole game of, there's always new things coming in, and it's very transactional of, okay, something's been identified via a scan or a test, and now we got to go fix that, right? And then it's like, how do we go fix that? Things of that nature. The goal there is to always ensure that our applications are developed and maintained securely to prevent the unauthorized access of data, and things of that nature. When I think of product security, though, it's a broader discipline. Like, it's the life cycle of the product from the time of ideation of someone has an idea that says, hey, I I see this problem out in industry. I think we should go develop something to address that need, and explore, is there a commercial liability here? But incorporating early into that cycle, to be able to have security step in, right, as early as it possible to be a key stakeholder in that process as we build out. And then it goes throughout the thing. So it encompasses more than just your AppSec, your SDLC type things, but also you're looking at you're looking at holistically of where it fits in the supply chain, and the interactions between all the components that put together that impact the security posture of the product. Um, and you accomplish that by doing things like threat modeling and assessments. And it's really about making sure that your interaction is more than just with the CTO team that's doing the development, or the dev teams that are doing the development, but also spending time with your product team, spending time with your marketing teams, and understanding, like, holistically, what are the threats to your product and how we can work through those vulnerabilities. And you can address things sooner in the process, but also throughout the life cycle of the product, from ideation all the way through deployment and run, and and then even to the point where you're a product maybe in burn down, right? Like, you're engaged throughout the process.
Yep, I love that. So, like, I feel like many advocate for product security as a more proactive approach, and managing those security risks across the entire product ecosystem beyond just the application layer, like you mentioned, might offer a more robust security posture. Would you agree with that as well?
Uh, yeah, absolutely. Right. So looking to make sure that you're tied into the product's design, development, deployment, and maintenance stages. That way you're definitely integrated into the product lifecycle, and from a customer, like, approach too, right? Like, you've got to be tied in and understand what the customer need is and what the problem that you're trying to solve, and how it all fits in. It's not just a transactional nature of, hey, there's a CVSS or CWE that we need to go address. It is a more holistic view of, this is how we are going forward in addressing the things that are on, integrated from the outside. Um, it, at the end of the day, we're trying to stop escaping defects, right? And an escaping defect is a vulnerability that is out there in your code, whether it's defined, found by a bug bounty or through a scan or something of that nature. We want to reduce escaping defects as much as possible because it's significantly cheaper to address those before they escape. As once they escape, it's significantly more expensive. Also, reputational risk, things of that nature fall into it. So if you're embedded into each step of that life cycle and you end up being proactive, right? Without calling it proactive, it's really just being a part of it, having a seat at the table, having input, being active in the process. It really allows you to, and also pivot through and address quickly to new threats. And let me explain what I say when I address quickly to new threats. So at WorldPay, our information security team takes an attacker-centric view to how we view our world. Compliance focus is important, and there are certain compliance things that you have to do. But at the end of the day, like, we take an attacker view. So we take MITRE ATT&CK framework, right? And go through those scenarios on the kill chain to be able to say, how are real life threat actors approaching this, right? In a previous world, before I ported to WorldPay, when ReEvil came up, right? All of a sudden the board starts asking, well, how do we position against ReEvil? And the place where we're at, like, we had mapped our control structure and against, MITRE ATT&CK, and we were able to very quickly say, hey, using the known TTPs, the tools, techniques, and procedures that the threat actor is using, we can very easily map to say, how do we stand up against this, and where are areas that we can lean into to fortify our defenses. And that's where you end up being proactive, right? Like, so you can do the same thing in your product security stack. Is you are taking an attacker-centric view that looks at what are the common methods and techniques that threat actors that are interested in us approaching our technology, approaching our products, and then building into a process of, okay, here's on the kill chain where we need to try to stop that and then go and address that. So it is more of a proactive approach from doing it that way, and always having that attacker-centric view. I think it really boils it down and it allows you to have a lot of those conversations, in a broader method of, what does this mean to my organization?
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of touched on the life cycle pieces as well, and I wanted to hit on that point. So integrating security deeply into the SDLC is, known as kind of like the cornerstone of product security. What do you think? We talk about technology a lot, right? But what do you think are the key strategies and cultural shifts that are necessary to achieve effective, or even effectively within an organization?
Yeah, so the buzzword that everyone loves here is shift to left, right? And it's just, we think of it as kind of a cycle that we need to get to the left of that process. It really just means get in early, right? The earlier you there's studies out there that very clearly show that there are significant cost savings the earlier you find a defect than compared to later, right? You may not know about the defects until significantly later, right? Like, if you design a system that doesn't have RBAC, right, role-based access controls, and then you go to market with that, and all of a sudden, your people get fished very simple things. Well, that was something you could have very easily prevented with an early spec sheet, right? And saying, hey, here are the things that we need to do, and how to address those. Again, tying it back to MITRE ATT&CK and how attackers view us. Like, that is an example of how, getting early into the attack cycle, or the understanding of the development cycle, with what are the threats there around threat modeling, and understanding your attackers and understanding things, setting really good secure coding standards. Everyone's leaning into code assistance right now, and I think that is another example of, how can we discover things earlier, faster, better. And there's always been tools out there to do things like that, right? Like, there's if you look at the development of things over time, it's always been about how do we, even with these AI assistants like Copilot and things like that, like it's how are we discovering flaws in our code, as soon as possible. How do we discover flaws in our code as our developers are writing the code, right? Like things of that nature is another example of how do we get it earlier? How do we get it designed faster? Understanding, what the flaws are that the same developers are making over and over is a great way that then you can also then target training directly at that development team to say, hey, you keep doing this, the AI keeps fixing it, let's stop doing that, right? Or you keep doing this, our code review keeps picking this up. How can we help you understand, why this is not best practice to go develop like this? It's all about that security first mindset when it comes to all your teams, right? Promoting the security awareness, you're training your developers, the best practices. And as I mentioned, automation tools are really great for discovering that and the checkpoints, and whether you're using a gated integrated pipeline or if you're doing a more waterfall method, at the end of the day, you still want to be able to define things that are potential problems as early as possible, and integrating that as early in that software development life cycle as you possibly can, right? All the way down to, right there. Collaboration is important, right? Your product teams need to make sure that they're checking in with your development teams, making sure that they're integrated with the security teams compliance teams, so that they can understand all the requirements, right? End of the day, a lot of this stuff is all about requirements gathering, right? You've got security requirements, you've got compliance requirements, you've got other types of requirements out there. You can't miss that collaboration between the teams because, I don't know if any of the people in the audience have ever had this happen to them before. You get down to it, and the business is like, all right, we're going live on Friday, guys. And security is like, what? Like, hey, I just heard about this, and we're in our change advisory board, right? Like, this is not the time for security to find out about this stuff. And so that's another example of shifting left. Shifting left really means just shifting earlier. Right, left is just a direction on a spreadsheet that look nice for consultants. But that's what I'm trying to get there.
Yeah. No, those are some great points, right? Shift left, but also like the collaboration between security and development is so important, right? That culture within the organization. I wanted to switch gears into like more around the topic of like compliance. So compliance is often a driving force in security. How do you think embedding security into the product lifecycle helps organizations achieve and maintain the necessary regulatory compliance that we see today?
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said earlier, compliance is just another set of requirements, right? As you're doing your requirements gathering for the build out of any software or product or process, right? It comes down to what are our requirements? What do we need to be doing here? Like who are my customers, right? If you're building products, compliance is one of your customers, and you need to understand the needs of your customer. If you're building something that is, your customer is going to be in Europe, guess what? You need GDPR. You need to understand what that means. Well, where's the provenance of my data, right? And how are we going to engineer this to make sure that it's easier to comply with this, right? Like if you build a solution that can only be housed in a single tenant, or like understanding those compliance requirements helps drive your design of even down to like what database should we be selecting here, and how is our everything refer back, right? Like all of that really just helps you make good decisions. And in the day, you're collecting data, but data on itself is not information, right? You've got to take that data, process it down, and then you get information from that. And from that information are your requirements that you've written out, and then you go get acceptance of those requirements and say, yep, this is that get them to bless it, right? Like go to your compliance team and say, hey, we're going to do this. Am I getting you everything you need for PCI DSS? We've got version 4 has just come out, right? Like just what effective, I believe in March this year, right? Like we've got different requirements, right? Like, are we doing all of our scanning that we need to be doing? Are you getting the vulnerability information you need to get? That is built it all in. And I know it's basics, right? It's basic blocking and tackling. And I know that I feel like it's redundant with a lot of other stuff that people have heard, but it's the truth. You got to be really solid at the basic blocking and tackling, understand what the needs are of your customer, and understand who your customers are, right? Like if you're building an application, whether it be internally developed or externally things, different groups are your customers, and you got to understand your customers' needs.
Yep. Absolutely.
Excuse me. Sorry about that. I did feel a little tickled.
It's okay. I wanted to ask you a little bit about kind of like the future of AppSec and product security here. So looking ahead into the future, what would you say is your vision for the evolution of application and product security? Do you believe product security represents the more the inevitable future of how we secure software?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, absolutely. Or else I wouldn't be building the program the way I'm building it, right? Application security, the AppSec stuff is an important component of what product security does, right? We're not going to get away from the transactional nature of I scanned a thing, I need to go fix a thing, right?
Yeah.
End of the day, though, it is very transactional, right? It is it's not going out and getting requirements gathering, right? It is saying I'm using this version of code. Someone else compare that against what database out there, with the MVD, and tell me what issues that I need to go tell the team to go fix, right? Or hey, you've got cross-site scripting, go fix this, right? Like the MITRE top 10 has essentially been the same for the last since day one, right? Like if you look at the top 10, there's not been a lot of variation in what the things are. And you would think that if we were doing a good job as an industry, that some of those things would change. But they don't, because some of it's due to prevalence of, how often those things are called versus other things, right? And what people are looking for. But I think part of it is that we've been so focused on just go fix the thing that's directly in front of me and not done a good enough job of going and understanding the why. And I think product security as a discipline itself seeks to understand why are we doing this? Like how does this fit in? And what I look about threat modeling is that, some people are like, oh, well, the data flow diagram is the most important thing to come out of the threat model or this and that. No, it's just getting the people in the room together, right? Like the biggest advantage of threat modeling has always been you get the engineers in the room with the product people, with the people that are, running, if you're doing physical things, like you just bring all the stakeholders together so you can have that conversation and understand what's going on. Very often the touch points are relegated to stand-ups and ceremonies and things like that. And it's just not enough high touch point. It's just not. And so what I'm doing here at WorldPay is I've got a team of product security leaders that are embedded to the development trains. So, and I tell my people, I say, guys, you're a highly technical relationship manager back to the business. So each of my release trains will have, a product security leader that is aligned to them. I am sick and tired of hearing developers tell me security doesn't understand my product, right? Like it's a common thing I've heard throughout my career is, development teams say, you just don't understand what we're doing here. And if you did, you'd let us do all of these things. And in the same token, sometimes the developers don't understand the why we're doing things from a security perspective and why that's important. So I've got a group of people that are highly technical relationship managers. And I know that it's like, wait, you're taking a sales org type of version of this? Well, yeah, I kind of am, because we are providing a service back to the business to say, not a, let me send an email to the vulnerability management or the AppSec team to figure things out. If you've got a question, you can go to your product security leader and say, hey, I don't know how to do this, or I need to get a pen test done. Can you help me understand and navigate that world? So instead of having the whole development team, all 3,000 developers at WorldPay know where to go to do a pen test, they just reached out to their person. They've got a person, right? They've got a person that they can go to that is a hands-on, drop a message to and say, hey, can you help me with this, right? And that's usually been tribal knowledge at most places anyways, right? Like, if you want to get things done, who knows how to do this, or who do I ask to go? Well, I've got somebody that is responsible for doing the threat modeling in that product, that is in the code with those developers to truly understand from a security perspective. But they're also there to help when it comes to a product security incident response or things of that nature. And we really have a subject matter expert that is aligned to the trains. That is significantly different than the SecOps model of where, there's a scan done, here's a thing. The dev teams either know how to fix it, or if they don't know how to fix it, they can ask, or most of the time they're coming to the security team to say, this is a false positive. And then you have to go into, well, why do you think this is a false positive? And then you're getting up to speed on their code base and their deployment and architecture, things of that nature, to be able to say, oh, okay, I understand why you think this is a false positive now, right? I'm trying to shortcut that by having the product security teams directly lined to the trains so we can understand their code base. So the product security leader knows when the scans are done and can assist with let's clear up the false positives in this space and square that away. So you asked what my vision for the future is. Like, that's my vision for the future, right? People that are embedded with the trains, that understand what the dev teams are doing, that understand as well as the code as well as the developers do. So we get rid of that security doesn't know what I'm doing mindset that exists. And if you don't think it exists, it probably does, and they're just not telling you the truth. And that's okay, because guess what? We probably don't, right? Like, there's a certain extent we probably don't know it, because no one's ever gonna, like, you can walk a mile in someone's shoes, but you still didn't walk 1,000 miles, right? Like, it's different.
I mean, I love that. It sounds like collaboration is absolutely key. So, how does product security typically interface and build these strong relationships, ahead of time with engineering and DevOps teams? Like, how are you getting that done, in terms of the collaboration itself?
Yeah. So it comes down to, like, hey, let's go run a pilot program, right? Like, you go and you build the program with the dev team, right? You understand what their needs are. You go and talk to them and say, hey, what are your problems? How can we make this easier, better, faster for you? And generally they help you build it, right? Because they're invested in doing this. And so then as you go and you do an iterative development, just like they go out and do the same process, and you explain to them, this is what we're doing. We're looking to do iterative development on how to go and build this program. We want to do more than provide just the code review type things for you. What would that look like to you? Right. And you have that frank and open discussion with them, and then they help guide the building of that. And you build it, and you find a way to build a blueprint. And then it's just tailors itself to be able to, how do I rinse and repeat this with other groups?
Yep, absolutely. I have one more question for you here, Brian. So there's a growing sentiment that product security leaders are going to be the CISOs of tomorrow. Do you agree with this perspective? Like, what makes this role such a strong training ground for the future, security leadership?
Yeah. So the CISO role is evolving beyond just the security champion for the organization, right? We can see lots of elements of that in lots of different places. The reason why that a statement like what you said may or may not be true is because people that are in the product space are close to the core business of the revenue of the business, right? Like if you're a company that's building products that are being out there, so you're close to the core revenue. End of the day, the people who understand the business and understand business risk and business needs are going to be the people that are the CISOs of tomorrow. So if you're in a product-led, product-first organization, absolutely the people coming up to the product space are probably better positioned for CISO roles in those types of organizations because they're closer to the revenue line and the product of what they're doing. Yeah. The CISOs of tomorrow have got to understand so much more from a not just how do I protect this, but also the business side of it is so very important, right? If you don't have that business acumen, like I just don't see how you're successful. Or it's just going to be significantly harder for you because you're going to have to be learning a lot of that on the fly. And that's okay. Like lots of us, if you go through the history of CISOs, a lot of people were kind of like, pushed into the position because it needed to exist. And as a profession, it's only 10, 15 years old, right? Like it's not like this is been around for a significantly long time in comparison to some other, C-suite type of, roles. But the product security, because they understand the business needs and they're tied to that, are why I think that they're well positioned if being a CISO is something that is interesting to them and when they're on their path.
Awesome. Yeah. Brian, well, we're going to have to wrap it up here. A huge thank you for your time today and sharing all your fantastic insights. I'll be handing it back over to Karina, who's going to be closing out the show for us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Amir. Before we close out, we have a special message from our CEO and co-founder, Lior Levy. Over to you, Lior.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lior Levy, Cycode CEO and co-founder. First off, thank you all for joining us at ASPM'verse. A heartfelt thank you to our customers, partners, and speakers who helped us make this event such a success. All your energy, insight, and collaboration is what really brought it to life. It's been an incredible journey partnering with some of the world's most iconic companies. Every day, I'm honored to work with brands I've long admired. Now, united with us on the mission to secure the software the world depends on. AI has changed a lot in our world, and we continue to make sure that our mission lives on and stands true in the test of time, regardless of the shifts or market dynamic we face. As you heard in the product keynote, we're not just keeping up, we're redefining what's possible. We've built a modern operating system for application security, one that brings together application security testing, software supply chain security, and ASPM into a single AI-native application security platform. This foundation is not only purpose-built, but a non-negotiable for the AI era. And we really believe it's what enterprises today need to confidently navigate the future. Alongside this, I'm thrilled to share that ASPM'verse was just the start. In 6 months, we're leveling up with the first ever Product Security Summit, an even bigger, bolder stage for innovation and collaboration. You're all officially invited, and we can't wait to see you there.
Thank you so much, Lior, for sharing that exciting next step. And thank you to our audience. That brings us to the conclusion of the event. What a fantastic day of insightful discussions. And a huge thanks to all of our phenomenal guest speakers for your time and wisdom shared. Your expertise has truly made ASPM'verse a success. And a very special shout out once again to our incredible event partners, Nucleus Security, Secure Code Warrior, Sysdig, and Worldwide Technology, for your incredible support and collaboration. Remember, the journey doesn't end here. Stay connected with Cycode and our speakers on LinkedIn for ongoing discussions and updates. We'll also be sharing the recordings of all of our sessions very soon. So until our next event, stay secure and we'll see you then.